Hello, everyone. How is everyone today? I am back. It is finally Friday, finally the weekend, and we're back with more Great Ace Attorney. So last time, if memory serves me correctly, we basically solved everything but the murder. But I'm gonna guess, here's my guess, the prosecution is gonna fucking lie on the court because I guess I did start everything yesterday. Let me explain. So, our client is also a Japanese immigrant named Soseki Natsume. He was sent as an envoy from Japan to learn the English language, which is torture within itself. And he often goes to a secondhand bookshop to purchase English books and I guess study or read from them. I don't know. On his way back, he saw a woman in front of him, so he was like me and mind his own business, just walked past her, and then next thing you know, she was stabbed. And him being like me, he ran straight home because he was really like right there. He's like right across the street from his house. So after that, the great fraud Herlock Sholmes deduced that the culprit was in the building, quote unquote. And the police promptly arrested Natsume, and he is now in jail. And I think we're going to defend it. I don't know if he decided to defend him or not, but I believe that's where we're going, where he's going to be defended. Now the Inspector Gregson told us what did he tell us? I'm drawing a blank, I'm sorry. He told us there were two witnesses, a man and his wife, who witnessed everything from across the street. And lo and behold, when we observed the building where Soseki lives, there was a man and his wife there, but they got into an argument where excuse me. They got into an argument where there was a small fire which blocked their window. Now, about this building in question, there's only one window, which is the landlord's window, because of course the fucking landlord gets all the windows, because there's an absurd window tax within London, which they promptly removed because it's so stupid. So any other window would be blocked off. And Soseki was living on the first floor, and if you don't know, in Europe and other parts of the Middle East, the first floor would be considered the second floor here in America. So we have the street level floor, which is the first floor, the first floor, which is the second floor, and the top floor, which is the third floor. The landlord and his wife are on the top floor, where the window I can actually show you if I switch the screen. This is basically the landlord's room. If you look to your right, you'll see the window. It's not blocked off, but in Soseki's room, it is blocked off. And on the street, you can see it is blocked off due to the window tax, which, I mean, they could have removed it when the tax was proven to be inhumane. So I don't know why they never removed it, but here we are. So we just last time we we found out there was an argument between the man and his wife, and I was predicting, like, what if this is the man and wife that the inspector said they were witnesses, and according to them, because of their argument and because of there was a fire, and the fire basically smoked up the whole apartment or complex or flat, if you accommodate lodging, that's the word. And they couldn't see anything out the window. So we could be in for more lying from the prosecution. We shall see. Oh, I was already in the room? Oh, yeah. So this is the room that I was talking about. You see, they have the window unblocked here. Fuck. And if you take a look in Saseki's room, this is Saseki's room. His room window is completely boarded up. And here we go. This is the area where the crime took place on Briar Road. Yes, I know. Oh. Wait, what? What's the matter? It looks like something's going over there in front of the Jerabed's house. Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? I was gonna go straight to the prison. Who the hell are you? Gross! I'm turning on the fan. Hold on. Ugh. Who the hell? Okay. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. What you call an old man, you rum-looking ninny me pinny. There are more important things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than the art of your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you talking about? Oi. Excuse me. What the... Why? Problem here. Mind your business. No, mind your business. Oh my god, why am I being pulled into this? Mind your business, mind your business. Mind your business. God fucking damn it. My associate here, Mr. Rinosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Lawyer. What? If I can be any... No, mind your business. Dude, what the fuck? Mind your business. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. I'll be on my way for today, but mark my words. It ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Shit. These guys look gross. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, Faith Easton maiden, art thou so gentle? Thank you. What was that all about? You think stream is muted? That shouldn't be. Levels are fine on my end. What the fuck? Forrest, go sit down. I don't know. things in heaven and earth, Horatio. More than you think in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Deb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, art thou right, so, yes, I do dwell in his humble abode. Oh yeah, look in the background how the windows are boarded up. He's probably on the street level then. Mr. Jerry Deb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? Must be this man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Oh yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, worthy of a polemist. In my battle of words, near could it be? Sorry, battle? Did you say? Who's the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden. So, good gentleman. Can I tarry? I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. Yeah, I didn't understand him either. He went back to his room good. Fuck. Seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume. So he can't really help us. With Saseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Jerry Depp house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyways, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly waiting for our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Damn, the game just forced me to go here. I just wanted to show off some clues I found. Oh yeah, and there's also a bicycle? That's fucked up. I don't know if that's in the court record or not. Wow, I have absolutely fuck all nothing. I have absolutely nothing in here. Wow. What am I supposed to present in court? Wow. Okay, cool. No, this is great. Wow. I'm screwed. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Welcome, student Naruto Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We're so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, the thing of it, relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of sign. Are you a fucking cat boy? Are you Chat Noir? Are you Chat Noir? Are you Chetty Cat Boy Paris of France Noir? Okay. Oh no, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more assuring than a familiarity of one's native land. And on the other hand, it is as the friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Is such my belief. What are you doing here? Oh, yes, this is, it's you. You miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here, bro? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, we've encountered some curious reading material of that gloomful room. and unmask the secret identity of the eccentric pair. I decided to drop in on my way home to see how our devastated friend is faring. Gloomful room? Well, at least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight. It cost me not a penny. You, how dare you, Sherlock Holmes! Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits of those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck would be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is been damned. Oh, be damned. I'm an idiot. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? You mentioned once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. There is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. Hold on. I need to fix my chair. Where's the handle? Oi. Also, hold on. I'm fixing myself. Oi. And I got messages, so give me a minute. Who's messaging me right at this moment, right at this time? All right. What? Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Okay, the whole bejeweled guy is sus. I think he's an incel. I think the bejeweled guy is an incel and he stabbed the poor woman. Yeah. Mr. Natsume, what do you mean by when you just said it just now? About tomorrow's trial being cursed? Oh no. Why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean that tomorrow's trial is really cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. Oh, he did it in 16 words. Impressive. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. So you think it's a jewel heist gone wrong? More so like he's an incel, try to hit on her, she wouldn't have it, and then stab. It's like the thing that's happening in Korea. I can't talk today, Jesus. I'm really tired. I'm sorry. Ooh-wee. What? What? Ah, impressive, Miss Osato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, Lord Chief Justice told us, hey, when is he coming back, bro? Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? This man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. I mean, I've seen prosecutors kill before. Multiple times. If I had a nickel for every prosecutor I've seen kill somebody, I had 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's still weird that it happened twice. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zeeks is an quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Saseki's son looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in British criminal trial there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of law, whilst the jury prefers public opinion and common sense. Are you sure about that? It is an excellent system hereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. Are you sure about that? This country is racism. This country, he's screwed. However, public opinion is somewhat easily manipulated. No shit! Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter of fact, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence and calling imposters as witnesses and so on. By such underhand means, those who want are able to sway the jury. Which means that even the light of irrefutable evidence and the prosecution cannot fail. Or can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may seem to leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It's most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Oh yeah, misfortune. Perhaps they will trample onto the passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps they attacked by highwaymen. Oh no. All examples of reality of events here in London. I'm afraid so, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm No, I wouldn't say all that. Maybe a little bit, but not all of that. When you said accursed lodgings before, were you referring to your room at the Jerry Deb's house? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year since I came to Great Britain. Well, I've been only in London a week before I started to notice a strange feeling myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I look, there are foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time, from dusk till dawn. So I shut myself in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely. I haven't been away from your homeland for such a long time. I had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago. Yeah, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money. Ow, 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 ow. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlady just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Whoops. He quickly tried to cover up his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it then. If not, I don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was true. You mean the room is really cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded as a killer, thrown in prison, and nobody wants to know me. I'm... Damn. That's rough, buddy. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. No one, can no one find his or her heart to believe in me? I believe you. To believe. Yes, to believe. I believe you. Mr. Sholmes? Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? About the case on the SS Bureau, if you recall. The Bureau. Ah, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At the same time, I was the suspect. But you believed me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us help us to investigate. I did, didn't I? Interesting. And what I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found in the victim's locked room? Well... you didn't have to say it all that, but sure. I'm a little surprised that answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in which that you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind, and it's what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error in judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not someone trusts one another is the final analysis down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust in oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Welcome, student in Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. There he is, there's the boyfriend. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You're so right, Cosma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time. We're leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard should be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Hi, welcome Soen and Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. Although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? To believe in the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Mr. Naruto! My instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. It's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome to Mr. Naruto Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me, even though it's just 3, and one of them is my attorney's badge, but still, I will use it. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate into someone who would listen to me, in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind is, in many ways, made up on the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mr. Sato? Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Yeah, fist bump. Yeah. Ow, my arm. The shock of the events of yesterday's trial is so way heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believed in me too. So it's time. Time to learn and to believe in myself. Soseki has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster. Oh. We reached that end of the segment. Cool. I will say, I am loving the music in this game. I don't know why. It makes me feel invigorated. It makes me feel like... I feel like this is like good workout music, along with the Phoenix Wright music as well. Especially when you're in court. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need to as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person on the dock, in the dock, it may as well have been his or her one and only time in court. And it would be life-changing. It could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research seems a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Morning! You look like you have not slept. Kudos, buddy. Neither did I. Ooh. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yeah, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch the worm. I tried so desperately not to wake up early, so I was so worried I didn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as the result. Do literally people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel the tremors on the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Hello, locum student Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? Caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like open night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a nefarious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mrs. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just a coincidence, then? Don't you hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, yes. Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Ooh, ugh. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Ow! The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after his very long hiatus. Trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe the appearance made even greater waves here was in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's a question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane? The most significant saga of the century is to some of us. Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume. But that's how the papers are describing it. Well, at least we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of an infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. And there's another blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Oh my god, my lip! I accidentally hit myself with a water bottle. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stand against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! No. I think he hates Japanese people. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid there's no I'm afraid there's really one other explanation. It can only be another example of Mr. Naruhodo of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate you calling me out on my horrid luck. It's great. It's excellent. I love you for that. Thank you. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be prepared by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget, it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Ooh, called him out. Call him out. Yeah, call him out. Yeah, you wanted this. Don't act like you didn't, bitch. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little wave of experience or skill or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Excuse me. Whew. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we'll always be by your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum student, Miss Mikutoba, Esquire. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Court in session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. All right then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. Ow. And my second trial against the Reaper. hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Hi, baby. Sorry, give me a minute. But this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this. I'm ready for this fight. Dang, not you calling me Inosuke Fruity. Jessica, wait until you see the prosecutor. I don't think you saw the prosecutor. There he is. And the judge looks like Santa Claus. It's Santa Claus. Look, it's Santa. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels of the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. He's a vampire! The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is... Oh, ready, my lord. The Nipponese is truly fascinating breed. Okay, alright, sir, you need to stop being racist. I'm sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me about you. Wait. Of course he's a vamp. Look at him! Hold on. Jessica, can I call you? Hey!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Hello.
Hey!
Hello.
Hey!
Hello.
Hey!
Hello.
Hey!
Oh.
Look at the vampire.
Yeah, I see the vampire with mask.
You look at the vampire. Look at the vampire.
I see it. He's stinky.
Look at the vampire. Look at the vampire.
I see the vampire.
He's an old vampire.
Yeah, he's an old fuck.
Dude, it doesn't help that he's
nut.
thick as fuck though.
Oh, lovely. I haven't fucking seen that part yet.
The fucking vampire. You go
Oh
now.
man, everybody just come here with the thick vamps, and I'm not like the only thick vamp that I'm not even like fully into anymore is Miguel.
No, because you switched to Peter.
Yeah, I switched to Peter. All right, fucking Miguel O'Hara. Who the fuck's that? Peter B. Parker. Anyways, fucking vampire freak. Ugh.
He's a
Let's see what he
freak.
brings to the table.
But you were a student who
Yes.
arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Okay. You
Forgive-
bitch.
Yeah. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is the appropriate description. Sasato-san, After all, our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Jesus Christ.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, also, motherfucker, you ain't fooling nobody. I know you poured blood in that fucking cup.
That's blood.
Yeah. I know he poured blood in that cup. He ain't fooling nobody.
Exactly. Very true. And most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, the unfortunate violent end. Look at him.
Oh, Jesus.
I told you. Although Renosuke is growing on me. Thank you, councils. I see both sides. Oh yeah, this is Santa.
I see both sides are in fine fettle. Ho, 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 ho.
Is that Tim Allen?
Shit. We just automatically go towards making this stupid noise.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duty? Oh, I forgot there was a fucking jury. Are they different from last time? What the hell is he doing here?
Why is Sherlock Holmes from fucking Robert Downey Jr.'s Sherlock Holmes here?
That was the banker from the last case! What is he doing here?
I don't know, but I didn't expect Robert Downey Jr. to make an appearance, but here we are.
You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather ruthless than I appear.
That's the other guy from the other case! What the hell's going on?
Hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck is that little shit's name? What is that little shit's name?
Which one?
He was in a movie. I'm trying to remember. It was an anime movie.
Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow.
Disgusting.
Why's the wife here?
I'm afraid to say, I think that quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed.
Okay. Come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyways. Oh, look at the old man! Now that looks like Sandy Claus. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Very well. Let us proceed. Okay. The opening stated, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused...
Now I know.
What?
There's fucking Tintin.
Tintin!
That's who that
It's a blonde Tintin!
Yeah, the fucking Tintin.
The accused in the dock today is a student from the same land, a certain Mr. Saseki Natsume.
Sure, you need facial hair.
And while I was about to say, well, he has sideburns, but he don't even have that. You need to just be like Dracula from the Castlevania. That's it.
Yeah, because he's a dilf.
I would climb him like a tree.
I know you would.
Listen, would you not?
I mean, I'm not going to disagree. I'm just saying I knew you would.
And what about you, bitch?
Listen, unfortunately, I'm more attracted to Trevor.
You know what? That's fair. He is more.
Yeah, because you're also attracted. Yeah, he is.
Never
Yeah, he is.
Never mind.
He isn't
Okay.
worth my type.
Yeah,
And you are also attracted to Trevor, so
Yes,
get the
I
fuck
am.
out of here with that.
listen.
He's a scruffy fucking waste of space that has an attitude with everybody.
Listen.
Yeah?
Anyways, regrettably, the kind has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of the most sinister act.
What the fuck? That was a flash, you piece of shit. Throw it into the fucking lamppost. What the fuck is wrong with you?
He doesn't know his own strength, eh? A plunging.
Motherfucker needs to go to anger management therapy.
No, he just needs to sink his teeth into something.
Yeah, he could sink his teeth into a pig. Because that's what he is, bitch.
Well, usually they would sacrifice a virgin, so. Of plunging
Okay.
a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing more but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you, from the bitter experience. Those are the worst. Bloody oath are they.
Just look at that shallow complexion, short stature. He's the one dreadful Japanese.
God, God. Oh my God, they're so racist.
I mean, this is Britain we're talking about.
True. Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Didn't catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber.
Shut the fuck up.
I am a 10.
I'm
Hello.
really out here just like, oh yeah, apologies for me just throwing my fucking glass of blood all over. I stained the wall, I don't care.
Good lord. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector inside, please. Does he have... He does have fish and chips. Give me a tip. Your name
I'm
and...
going to take his whole cup. I'm
Okay,
taking
gimme.
the whole cup.
Gimme. Your name and...
I want fish and chips.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the advance of the case for the court, Inspector? But woo! Oh!
Shit, it's Tintin's sister.
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back, her attacker's knife. The victim fell unconscious. Tauntaun. Oh my god, not Tauntaun.
I'm going to take myself out.
That was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since. What? I didn't even know. They don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately, the Eastern student will not be tried by will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could speak to everyone to look at this street map.
No.
Well, we have to figure out what's going on. As mentioned,
Look at the map.
how are we supposed to beat racism if we don't understand anything, Jessica?
We're supposed to be racist. I'm weak.
Pray tell, how are we supposed to beat the racist people from the hillbilly country?
How are we supposed to beat the racism if we don't look at the map?
In order to beat racism, we need to look at the map. I'm the map!
Found the map, found the map, found the map, found the map, found the map.
As mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. I can't talk. It had not been long since it stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the lady's life was spared, and she currently is being treated in one of the hospitals. Sorry, someone needs to be put in timeout. There we go. But being unconscious as she is, we've unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Spa. Thank you, Inspector. The court will now accept documents of evidence, if you please. Ooh. What of the weapon? Shut up. Move. Let me take a look at this. A woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound in the back. Victim, olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location, pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer, Rowley Beat. Rowley? Hi, Detective Ulu!
Hello.
The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from a large knife, no other signs of injuries were observed. The assailant was seen running away by reporting officers and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Okay. Sir, I have that ear. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to scare me to scare and making me scared to walk down the street now. You know, I don't blame you. Especially if, you know, you don't want to date anybody and they don't take no for an answer. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody could have been able to stab the poor woman. Even a scraggy look like sexy. Ryanosuke, that's your client. Come on now. So what if he thinks he's a cat? That's no reason to judge.
The man thinks he's a cat.
Yeah, where is he? This is our client right here. He thinks he's a cat. Yeah. Common or grade jackknife, I say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade into evidence. Okay, added to court record. Yeah, that's the big thing. Thank you, Mr. Sandy Claus. Can I open it?
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Oh.
My God.
There's no one. Wait, the tip is broken off. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. It's just a. I was about to say just the tip. Just at the tip. Listen.
Oh my God.
It's a piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Osato. I wonder what could have happened. Yeah. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Okay. So that's definitely something. Yeah, what was the motive? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, seems she was a poor student herself. It's hard to imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we're looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? Afraid I couldn't say that. Apart from visiting, give me a chip. A second info, give me a chip. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Ryunosuke, put your hand down!
No.
Look at this nerd!
He doesn't want to put his hand down. He want to be a good boy. Put his hand up.
My god. Fucking nerd. If that's...
He's a little baby. Little boy.
That's Phoenix's ancestor.
Of course it is.
I mean, technically they do have the same last name because in the Japanese, the original translation, Phoenix's last name is Naruhodo.
God, what a dweeb.
And he's not baby anymore, he's a dweeb.
No, Phoenix is a dweeb.
If thief and grievance had been ruled out as motive, what reason couldn't Mr. Natsume... If you say he's a savage because he's from a foreign country, I'm gonna lose it. Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
I can't read that. What the fuck? Bro! Pray forgive my discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle in the public gallery. Freshly uncorked? Bro! Come on, bro. But your words have soured its hallowed boutique. Or bouquet. Is it bouquet? It's bouquet, right? That's bouquet, not boutique.
Bouquet.
It's bouquet.
Let me see.
I think it's bouquet.
Yeah, it's bouquet.
It's bouquet? Okay.
Yeah.
Look at how he points.
Put that finger down. That's fucking rude. Put that finger down.
How's that rude?
It is rude. It's disrespectful. Put the finger down.
Is it because you can see his bicep muscle?
No. Put a finger down if you're a piece of shit that likes vampire stuff.
Go on, Jessica. Put a finger down.
I'm waiting for him to put his finger down too.
For you, it is my learned friend who is being heavy-handed here. What?
Put a finger down if you're fruity. Looking at you. Put a fucking finger down, bitch.
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the I can't read. Came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Just say you're racist and be done with it. That's all you gotta do. Like, If anything, we're at a disadvantage here. Just like he's Japanese. Look at him. He's look at this Japan. We don't know their kind. Just say you're fucking racist, bro. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. And there was an unusual light of fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings everywhere on the floor. What? Being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. Wait, what? This was during the time of the murder. A picture of Monsieur Lecotte. The meal of Gaboudois. The Canterbury yearnings. What? I'm confused. You British people don't make sense. It was just a matter of working who the book belongs to, and we found the bloke and arrested him. What? Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. We have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Immediately? Up there are 3 books there, all right. Yes, you can clearly see there the books you're referring to. I will take this photographic print into evidence, please, Inspector.
Somebody fight him.
Huh?
Somebody fight the vampire, dude.
Fight the vampire?
Yeah.
I'll fight him. I'll make him cry. Ow! You Nimbanese are a spineless breed. Too cowardly to admit defeat. Damn. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? Do you go on?
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Now that you mention it. When we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Excuse me. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed onto the cold slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. I ran as fast as I could. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me to my cursed lodgings. Whatever.
Whatever, he's a cat, meow.
Meow meow. A green overcoat?
Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit that he fled to the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of a heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. How do you explain the witnesses that you supposedly have, you stupid bitch? In other words, there was nobody else who could possibly have stabbed that woman. How do you explain the witnesses that you have, you stupid bitch? In fact, that's the accused concedes. Did anyone else take another look at the photograph? Good idea, Mattoon. Let's see. There's like anything like missing buttons, any tears other than this. It's here in evidence for a reason. I don't see her face. That's the thing. There's one under the yellow one. Wait, what? Under the yellow one.
What?
What do you mean? Which yellow one? Okay, let me use the bathroom right quick. Hold on.
Hey.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna save first. I'll be right back. Jessica!
Hmm.
What, how dare you be sassy to the chat?
Because I'm not talking to these bitches. Every time I get left with the chat, they don't talk to me, so I didn't buy it.
Well, Jessica, maybe you have to engage with them for them to talk to you.
I don't know how to explain that every time I tried to engage with the chat in the past, that they just flat out ignored my ass.
Oh, well, they didn't ignore it when you
And
were
I can't
typing.
I can't entertain them if I don't have control of the screen. So, unfortunately, I can't just do cartwheels for them.
You don't know how to do
You know?
cartwheels.
No, exactly. That's the point.
It seems the cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Counsel. Proceed, please.
We gonna sit in silence, bitch. We gonna sit in silence.
My God.
In solidarity.
In solidarity of what? I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I mean, I just thought just left. See, they thought you left. Jessica.
What?
Bad.
I have nothing to say. I just woke up, honestly.
You know what? That's fair. As I said before, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusual light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the floor. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. I mean, we did see that in the photo, so that checks out. Those being a number of old books he just bought while he was on his way home. And like this part, I'm iffy on. How do you know that? How do you know he just bought them and not he was just having books in his hand? Did you find a receipt? Last time I checked, his receipt was in his apartment or in his lodging room, whatever. So,
Stinky.
Hold it!
the defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. That doesn't answer my question. How do you know that? I commend the accused of the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Blake's room is stacked to the floor and to ceiling with those musty old books. Look at this. Look at him flipping through his papers. Look at this dork. Could you please tell us more about the bookshop in question, Inspector?
No.
No, I need Jessica. We need to stop racism. We need to learn about the information.
I know, but just imagine if he went no and just fucking left.
Here, Santa. He deserves a lump of coal. Yeah. Huh? I figured she just left for milk. Damn. Well, if I must.
For milk. Fuck off. I can't even get milk. I'm lactose intolerant. Well, not really.
It's just
can't have
plain milk.
Yeah.
Cheese. She fucking loves cheese.
Yeah, you cannot tear me away from cheese, even if I had lactose intolerance.
But plain old milk? Nah.
Plain old milk sucks ass. For cheese, I will be a mouse.
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest secondhand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place in the corner of Briar Road and Mersham Street. What the?
America.
Merca. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, and at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out his route he would have taken home. Alright, sir, you don't have to be all snooty with me. Something like this. Okay. Yes, I concur with your conclusions, Inspector. Wait a minute. Is it one of those things where she was stabbed on the other... Did he fucking get the wrong side of the street? The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what Inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yeah, he might have gotten the route wrong. Do I have it? Do I have it here? Okay. Look at. He could have just crossed this street and walked straight down here. So if anything, he shouldn't be the accused. He should be the witness. But he did say he passed the lady. But here's the thing. There were supposedly witnesses on this side of the street. So what's to say he didn't pass that lady instead of this lady? Think smarter, not harder. Yes, I agree. The most important point is that Inspector just made, it being wait, can I take a look at the receipt again? Son of a bitch! It's not even the right bookstore!
Oh my god.
I knew when I
What a dipshit.
I saw the option for a bookshop name, and I thought that was weird. But fucking hell, are you kidding me, bro? It must be the name then. It must be the name then. Oh my god, that's stupid. Bookshop stock. Who the fuck cares about stocks? Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be vital importance. Maybe. Well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be. You know, Skate, you fucking nerd. Very well. Not that I can see it being of great significance. And please provide your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Damn, Mianosuke. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books a second. Okay, I'm gonna. Sir, that is wrong. That is wrong. That is wrong. That was button. This button. That is wrong. Explain. What do you mean, bourbon?
What do you mean? What do you mean, Arkansas?
Englishman, explain. I will say, I did not expect Ryunosuke to have that deep of a voice.
He's Phoenix's ancestor.
That is true. He also has a British accent well, he did learn British English, so that is to be expected, and so never mind. If I could just stop you right there, Inspector Gregson. What in the sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued the day of the incident. The details purchase of 3 secondhand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books. Yoeore, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books from at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
The gasp, the gasp, oh no.
I'm jamming to this music. What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your bookshop is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon's books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would ever have known about it.
He fucking thinks he's a cat. He traveled the back alleyways. He's probably fucking seen all kinds of fucking little shops and shit.
Exactly. Also, how do you confuse Bourbon with your? Here's the thing, they didn't find the receipt. Even though they looked through his place, they didn't find the fucking receipt.
Stupid.
Y'all are just racist.
Racist and stupid.
But in fact, it is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection.
How are you going to object a receipt? Yes, for what difference is it? I don't know, the fucking distance? You fucking stupid twat! Wherever the man purchases his musty tomb, you just hate him because he's Japanese. It seems make no difference in the final analysis.
Objection.
Somebody needs to turn this bitch into a baby girl. He needs to be fucking changed out of his racist ways.
And Ryunosuke is the man to do it. I disagree. I mean, after all, we have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would most certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that it was actually another bookshop, Your Books, it may as well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true?
My, rather depends on whether the bookshop where it is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said?
Absolutely. It's absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books established? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is on the next corner of Merkham Street going east. Oh, wow. So he could have gotten through 2 locations. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. God damn it, Ryunosuke. Oh, he got another chalice. Isn't that nice?
He's gonna break it again.
My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. I will bite you. The way he regales us with such witticism. To your future career in the circus. How about I bite your hand off?
Rare.
You put that glass down or I'll put it down for you. Yes, Sasato. Yeah, get mad. Get mad. Fight him. 1, 2, 1, 2.
I, didn't need to spell it out for you, but here we go. The accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned friend, my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Does anyone have a wooden stake? Or garlic bread?
I hear it pairs nice with wine.
Oh,
And then unfortunately for this fucker,
yeah. Jessica, kiss him.
I'm not kissing him.
You ate garlic bread, no? You kiss him. He might burn.
Nah, I'll breathe on him and he'll fucking perish.
Alright, fair. Wherever the man purchases musty tunes makes no difference in the final analysis. You know, so get up. Stand up.
As I suspected, you cannot fool me. And don't suggest you try.
What'd you say, eh? I had enough of this now. Beg your pardon, I'm terribly sorry. Would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruto, we mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
The prosecution assertion is correct. Members of the jury will decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
She's right.
We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
So they claim Saseki must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but they're ignoring the fact that he could have gone the other. Hold on, let me take a look at the map again. Oh. Ah! Ah! Okay, so this is where they say he took the road, right? Passed by here, boom. Like I said before, he could have just... I mean... Wouldn't it make more sense for him just to cross the street here and go straight here? I mean, that's what I would do.
No, it doesn't make sense because it doesn't fall in line with their accusation.
True. But in all seriousness, if you were walking back like this way, he took this way, wouldn't it make sense just to walk across here instead of down there? That way you can just go straight into your house. I mean, both ways are valid, but this is a possible route. Also, while it'd be more tedious, he could have gone down Calabash Road and made a turn there and go straight down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Although you say he is a cat, and I'm guessing these gaps are little alleyways. So he could have taken the alleyways. He could have been too skittish to take the main street and took the alleyways through here and back home. Because he's a cat, and cats like to make things overcomplicated for themselves.
Prosecution making sense of logical explanations challenge failed.
Yeah. No. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. Yes, my lord. As you can see, what I mean. Good grief. There we go. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed this route suggested by the prosecution. However, this isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back in the lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection.
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that the route is commonly referred as the long way round. And? Your point being? Oh, Net's here. Hi, Net. What's your point, sir? Sometimes people like to take the long route. How about that? You ever think of that? On a cold winter night, it would... why would any man choose the longer route home? I don't know. Maybe he's stupid. About to head home. Okay. Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings. Do you have proof that he did? That's a question. You don't, so shut up.
Objection.
Yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself, Mr. Natsume, which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response in such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Ah. That's right. As I said, bloke seemed to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. So both of our assumptions are both wrong. Or can be valid. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend. Shut up. And suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what do you say, insightful jurors? But even that in the case, the defense says still... Uh-oh. They don't look pleased. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks wholeheartedly in every way. What? Ah, crap. I'm gonna have to appeal to them, don't I? We members here of the jury are completely convinced now. Ah, crap. Very well, in case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Oh, shit.
Guilty.
Okay, they actually talk.
Guilty.
Okay, shit.
Guilty.
Oh my god.
Guilty.
You don't have to say it like that.
Guilty.
We can talk about this. See, this just proves all y'all are just racist. It would appear the jury is leaning unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave revolution. You serve the Queen. The Queen is dead! Mr. Naruhodo. This is really ghetto. Some racist ass motherfuckers. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Do the thing where you appeal to them and make them fight. Those are the eyes of Curry, not yet willing to give up and die. I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of defense written to acquainted British law, which have been buried long ago. Call it inadequate? No, it's not inadequate. Antiquated, if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative. Oh my god, to carry out a summation examination if chooses. If so chooses, Jesus Christ. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. All the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we are ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese weapon snapper and his... Oh yeah, because you were from the last case, weren't you, you bitch? Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Oh, for pity's sake, the little Nipponese oddity is already admitted himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, it can only be the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way from the bookshop. Not in winter. The poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. We can't just can we wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. What?
Your books.
There's no shop, but Berlin books. No, not worth a visit. Wait. No, one of them didn't give a reason. He just says he wants to go back to work. That's not a reason. With only minor exceptions, the reasonings are finding the defendant guilty are true. One didn't give a reason! He literally said, I don't care! I want to go back to work! When the stabbing occurred, the only two people in the scene were the victim and the accused. The accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in a green overcoat to sink into ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have... No. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How could I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. We have to turn the tide. I just have to make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. You may begin your summonation examination. Yes, my lord. God, you fucking nerd. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Wherever it takes. Come on, Rinosuke. You can do it. That is true. Another just talked about bookstores and shit. For pity's sake, the little Nipponese oddity has already admitted himself. I've gone around in winter. Woman, shut up. You! life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it'll take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life is on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can afford to take time off. I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do my wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs to be doing. If you're late, the work is taken, and it's tough. This time of year, the water and gas supply pipes burst left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up and fixed. Wait. Wait. So during this time of year, it's very common for the road to be closed. So you're saying it's possible that road... Hold on. You're saying that Meerschaum Street could have been closed? Then that would force him to take a Calabash Road, wouldn't it? So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, I remember rightly. Say the street. It was just around the corner of where it all happened. By the old bookshop. Which one? Which one? What? Another coincidence? That's right. There we go! Smoking gun! Fucking called it. So he was forced to take the other road. Meerschaum Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there's only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get into the business and get it over with? Please, sir. It's important. Alright, fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn to dusk. That road was closed. Nobody was taking that road. Okay, let's concentrate on what... The man would have gone around his house in the bookshop, not in winter. What if I pit him against him? Because he's saying there's no reason to go around that bookshop if that's the easier route. But he's saying that that road was closed. So it would have forced him to go the other route. No, fuck you. I got this.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly are at odds with one another. Adults Council, explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, jury number 3.
Oh, me, sir? What do you mean?
Juror number 5 words. I don't know why I like this little pacing animation. It's cute. Just now we're extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what had been said on our map and the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, now we know there was work being carried out on Meerschaum Street, or Meerschaum, or whatever, making it impassable, which means the defendant route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road.
Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have done a 2 yards or more pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is, the defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings.
Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that's right, yeah. Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now he had no choice. I fucking called it.
Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think I'm on all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes. I would like this trial to continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
There we go.
What about you, sir?
Hey, who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled, that's what I say.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we managed to change a couple minds at least. Let's strengthen our position somewhat.
Yes. And it will prompt the others of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one or more clues of discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yeah, that's exactly what we gotta do. Von Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent. By whatever means we have in our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On with the... the thing. Yes, my lord! Ow. The old man. Why do you, why? Sorry. Full, did you say? Full what? No. I meant, I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask you is, did you visit your books often? I like the old books they have there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of tea. My daily routine, you see, same thing every day, including on the day you're talking about. And what time did you visit your books on the day of in question? Well, I was picking up books, there all afternoon. It would have been just before 5 that I left. It's my daily routine, you see, same thing every day, including on the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. So you must have witnessed the guy there then. And you must have witnessed the construction. And you must have, okay. I'm not about to forget a day in a hurry. Not after that dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and dunked my head. Oh. I'm sorry, I just noticed something about this guy. Do y'all see it? Knocked myself clean, I did. Really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back to you from your books. The resemblance is freaking me out. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may be very, extremely significant. Sorry. Extremely No, I'm quite alright. You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, but 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to do. Yeah. For pity's sake, that little Nepalese oddity is already a minute itself, did he? He said a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Oh! So what he oh my god, he didn't see her! He didn't see her at all! He saw this guy! No wonder they look so similar! Okay. Because he and her, the victim of the, oh my god. I see now.
Objection.
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the jury's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, jury number 2, jury number 6.
Aye, whatever do you mean, sir?
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There was at least one fact in which we can be sure. The bookshop receipt we found in the defendant's room clearly indicates the day I'm sorry, I'm distracted by him pacing. I don't know why I find it like fascinating. I kind of just want to watch him pace a little bit. I don't know why. I don't know why. He had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles, then returned home on foot.
But the man said he had no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But he does remember seeing someone appear in front of him in a way. Someone in a green overcoat suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we were aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Can we really be sure of that, madame?
Aye, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard the jury number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and fell over in the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my. Oh goodness, you mean?
That's right. I'm referring to, of course, the hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you suggesting the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was a jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
Oh my goodness me.
Sorry. You need to pee. Yes, no, I don't. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. If that were true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
Idiot old man, if he hadn't been so daft to be roaming around there, we would have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what would you think in wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for an enemy to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
My lord, I hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare I would. I should like to call a verdict not guilty.
Thank you. I would too. What? It is a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... Well, the summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift of an opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
What? How many of those things do you have? Could it be true to me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited the jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Well, we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick by an Eastern entertainer. What the fuck do you mean cheap trick? What do you mean cheap trick? The fucking council themselves are just fucking self-reporting themselves. What do you mean cheap trick? I didn't do shit. Eh?
What do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Plus, I proved it with their own words. They said it themselves. Indeed, stalwart jury number 5, it was undoubtedly repaired the room as he claims. Believe you said a good 2 yards of pavement. You have excavated, sir? That's right. Took me a whole day they paid me the measly tuppence for. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion the distance between 2 yards represents? That's 6 feet. Oh. Well, if I'm honest, no, I have no clue. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. A little less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, the distance readily bounded by anyone with moderate vigor. What? Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? I'm gonna bite you. I can't say you're wrong, no. What? Did you pretend to erect a sign to prevent pedestrian walking in the sight of yours? Wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have hoped to pass by anyway. We just turn the gentlefolk back when they come. Kids jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt whatsoever he could spring over a 2-yard trench. What do you mean?
Is it true? Is it?
Incontrovertible truth is that the books purchased by the accused was found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to the lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Ugh. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Cold man! You can talk. Wait, help. I don't know what to do. I'm having a full conversation with the kid that thinks I'm Sonic. Just say you have to go fight Eggman and never talk to that kid again.
For what?
Apparently Knight Rider is having a conversation with some kid who thinks they're Sonic.
Okay, why are you talking to that bitch?
You know, sometimes it can just happen.
I know, but I'm just here like, if they being a bitch, you could just not respond.
That is true.
Just hit that little nice little red block button and move on.
You know. Yay! I'ma get money back. It's not rude, I just never dealt with this before. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta steer them like, hey, no. Child. Children, I swear. You say around 5 o'clock in the day of question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicion-looking Japanese man behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? Oops. Oops. What? You say it was the old man who the accused saw. I would lay 1,001 against you being able to prove it. I could swing that right back out of you, buddy. But since you want to be racism and use the white supremacy system against me, fine. Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. My lord. You have such treacherous argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not prefer doing it the summonation examination? I wanted to give this young foreigner the sightseeing experience he'd no doubt came for. Your Honor, this one is playing with the court. I want to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits. And they've been reached, I feel. Jessica, look, he took off the cape. So, my learned friend.
Hold on. Gotta see this shit.
Well, what are you talking about? Look. He a thick boy.
I see it.
He a thick boy.
I see it.
He a thick, broad-shouldered boy.
I see it.
My lord.
Somebody get him some milk. Put that finger down, bitch.
Someone get him some milk. Yeah, there's like a bunch of milks on this jury right now. How about you pick one and enjoy a drink? The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witness. It's the next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, don't you remember? We've been told on several occasions there were eyewitnesses of the incident.
Yes, I do remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid is likely the prosecution's next witness.
All right. No matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Sasaki-san. I know he's innocent. I'll
He's
have
too
to
much of a cat freak to do it.
Exactly. Who the hell? These are children. Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court. These are children.
Yep.
Constable Rolly Beats, nothing to report on the streets, I'm Mrs. Beats. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm a woman of this town, the hero's wife.
He's chewing on his thing. Is this a joke?
Yes, this whole franchise is a joke. What are you kidding?
No, it's not.
Every time they bring in a fucking witness, the witness likes to play the games.
Listen. We got some good daddy materials and husbando materials from this franchise. What do you mean?
Yeah, and it's still these bitches play jokes. They play games.
We got prosecutor husband. We got detective husband. We got two defense lawyer husbands. We got fucking the Nine Tails hero husband. Fuck. But yeah, that husband. We who else we got? We got a whale.
What?
We have a whale.
Well, that changes everything.
Yeah, exactly. There may have been a case where Phoenix had to defend a whale and the whale gave us a kiss at the end.
Okay.
We got the hot judge from the first case of this game. Ugh. And we got the two gay ones. And Herlock, if you're into that sort of thing. What's going on here? Thank you, Rinosuke.
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No. It's what your husband I was talking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is most demanding work in the world.
How would you know? You sleep during the day, you bitch.
Yeah, you're a vampire. Really? Sure, I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, a part of rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol the boarding houses, pubs, collect taxes, survey streets, check the meters are reading true. They're responsible for keeping the streets clean, lighting, extinguishing our streets. And there are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd be collapsing long ago. It doesn't without saying the police primary duty is apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, the constable is suspected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby Man of the Hour. A man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. They witnessed the incident that as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
Oh, that's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
He reminds me of Gavin.
Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
What a great witness he's going to be. Inosuke! Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
Are they in my court record? How old are these children? 20. They're 23 and 21. They look like they're 12. They are 12. They are 12 years old. They are 12.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyways, two silhouettes appeared in the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
That's a contradiction in itself. Because it was not clear, it was foggy. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony.
Oh dear. The policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events you establish of the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death kneel. Oh no. In fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate be chancing. And on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. Thank the Lord for that. Gosh, life in London, Bobby, sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. How about you fucking shut the fuck up? You may as well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witness saw the face of the man fleeing from the scene. That's cap, but okay. They are testifying under oath. That is, without doubt, the accused, Mr. Saseki Natsume. One of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so I appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife had to do all the talking. Enough preamble. The counsel for defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Thank you, Your Honor. My lord. It was a wedding anniversary and Rolly and I were taking it out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Why did you add that detail?
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh, no, certainly not. It's my job for shopping young man only. Women and children and elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job. Can't you?
I think Rolly's so handsome in his uniform. Suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Why is there a dent on his head? Well, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station, and I was actually planning to get changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear. That doesn't seem healthy. No, it doesn't. That seems kind of toxic, but who am I to judge? Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes, sir. Though I was fit to drop, be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir, as long as I'm the proud owner of this and serve my city and my queen in the end. What is this now? My warranty card, sir. Proof I'm a London copper. Is it expired? Can I see it? Can I see it? May I see it? Sir. There's no noble cause. I cover 20 miles every single day without fail, without a grumble. Because I know that putting my boots is all London. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come to it then. But sir, just one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat put up with okay. I'm a little puppy like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Straight people are fucking weird. I must say, straight people are so fucking weird. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Anyways, two silhouettes appeared in the fog in the pavement.
So you said it was foggy, okay.
All of a sudden, one of them collapsed on the floor. It was just... And the other one scattered something off. Ran straight over, of course, and we went for...
Wait a minute. Did both of you run to the police box? Why didn't your policeman husband apprehend the suspect in question? That's suspicious. That's weird. Why didn't he grab him? Why do you need to call? I can understand calling for backup and shit like that, but why didn't? But your husband's a police officer, is he not?
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm a proud wife of one is all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby never truly is off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stand guard of the scene. Why didn't you go after the guy? Very laudable. No, this guy's not a cop. He's not a Bobby. He's a fake. He's a phony. A great big phony. Preserving the crime scene as a task is considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Yeah, I agree. Depends on the crime location, you see, as it who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat incident fell under... What?
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help for the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Oh, yes, sir. What purchases up, sir? Let's move on, shall we?
It was definitely that Japanese man.
Again, this part clear as day. But over here you said foggy. You said here it was foggy.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of gas street lamps, would you?
Absolutely we could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light out from the street lamp was more than enough. My husband already told you the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yeah. And what of the fog? We're famous for across the globe, I believe. It's an absolute menace to those who have lived with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can even see your hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why I can tell you for certain it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
What? Yeah. It was the accused, no mistake. Mustache, hunchback, cat-like eyes, taut mouth, snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as the couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. So Saseki was... if it was Saseki running away from the crime scene. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it. On hearing their testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume ran away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. Can't they... No. Like, can they go into detail what they saw exactly? Because, yeah, they could have seen a man looking like Natsume, but what did they see at the scene exactly? Other than, like, details that they could have heard from the grapevine. Like the names of the books, maybe? How many they were? what the scene looked like or the position of the body. Or like which direction did he run into? Maybe they did see that, I don't know. But there's something missing there, you know? So if that's true, where does that leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no. Then what do we do? If Kasama-sama was here... What are you trying to say? I think he would find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling into question won't help. If you could identify some part of their testimony that which appeared to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the peer's memory that day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, the trial may reach an unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be up against?
Miss Aloyata, can I ask you something?
No? I mean, yes?
You keep asking all these questions about everything we told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony, isn't that right? Well, out with it!
Ma'am, put your husband down. Wait, no. Oh, no, it's not really that at all.
My husband is a policeman, remember? I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know, about the books the man dropped.
Oh, okay, tell me about that.
I could tell you the names of every single one, every single one.
Yeah, do it.
How dare you question my reliable testimony?
That will do, Mrs. Beat.
No, that won't do at all. That Japanese Zoro has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't you... For a minute, that really...
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you'd like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat? That might appease you.
Oh, thank you, my lord. That was settled nicely. What is it, darling?
Yeah.
I couldn't even take the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Hold it!
Yes, we know there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused in the nearby second-hand bookshop in the question.
After I decided to take a good look at the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rowley.
And what was it your husband was doing at the time? No, wrong question!
He was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard. Don't you, darling?
Interesting way of guarding the crime scene. Well, Miss Beach, seeing as you regaled the court with your tales of powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now are you all listening? There was the picture of Monastius of somebody or another. And what's his earnings?
Picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Emile, oh, hang on. Something's a big no-no. Bad. There we go. Anyways. Cadbury Yearnings, yeah, that's 2 out of the 3.
There was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely...
Wait, last one? Thing about was some... Wait, what? Picture of menacing the cock. There was also 4 books on, not 4, 3 books at the crime scene.
You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh, well, they were along the lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found in the within the titles along the lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So, I think it's very mean to imply my testimony couldn't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Anyone who upsets my Patricia would have to end. Put the gun down, sir. What the hell's wrong with you? Can he have that in the courtroom? Jesus. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? Okay. Must be something I missed. You good?
Hello.
Hello?
I had to swap from the iPhone to the iPad because my iPhone was dying.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Nice bed.
it is bad. Okay.
Nice bed, okay.
I'm guessing these two were getting on your nerves or something.
They're lying about something somewhere.
Oh boy.
Oh
Lucky for me,
shit!
I got- Ooh.
There it is. I could even tell you the name of the 4 books he's dropped at the crime scene. I didn't. This is why I need to read. But which one do I present? Do I present the crime scene photo or the name of the books?
Hmm. I feel like the receipt makes more sense because it does tell you exactly how many.
Hmm.
And again, I don't know.
But you can also see like 3 books, clearly 3 books in the crime scene photo.
True. Though they might argue that her body might be hiding another one.
It might be one of those things where if I present this first, they'll argue, oh, her body is hiding another one. He purchased 4, and then I present the receipt to prove that he purchased 3.
Maybe.
I'm gonna try it. Good thinking, BB.
Objection.
So you're saying there were 4 books?
Objection.
Objection. I like how he says objection. Objection.
That's right. Whoop. I remember all of them. Picture medicine somebody, what's the yearnings, meal for someone,
Oh
and
my
you
God.
need something.
She's stupid. Sorry, Miss Speed. But there's a fundamentally flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What a flaw!
Simply that, on the scene of the crime, there was only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Take a good look at this photograph print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
Oh, no, that can't be. I saw them. You know what it is? You can't fool me.
Look at this. Ma'am, put down your husband. Sorry.
That big old lump of dead body.
See, that's just rude.
She showed all the cops is blocking the view of the fuck both of you.
Jessica, you called it.
That I did. I knew they were gonna fucking say that shit.
And now,
they were gonna say that shit.
yeah, and now we can prove that no, the motherfucker bought 3 books with a receipt.
Yep.
Let's fucking go. You're a genius, babe. Let's try to remember that poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. Okay, it's confirmed.
Damn.
Inosuke likes to go to the chocolate factory and get a big, thick piece of chocolate.
Oh my god.
It's confirmed.
It's confirmed.
Inosuke likes big pieces of chocolate. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bede. But Mr. Natsume couldn't have possibly dropped the 4th book, the 4 books as you described.
And why not?
Put down your husband! Fascinating. From your
Shut the fuck up, man.
I assume you're ready to
Ask
substance.
for you.
Evidence. Counsel, you okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
we got
Santa.
evidence. Shut the fuck up, fucking Santa. Bitch. Fake ass.
Arrgh.
There's a bitch at the mall.
It's the bitch in that now.
Damn. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? His receipt.
receipt.
Literal receipt. I have receipts, sir.
Take that!
Take that. You fucking stupid bitch.
He's a dweeb. No. The evidence is right here in form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchase that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Look at this mug look. He's just leaning back on his put the fucking katana at his palm. Like
Dweeb.
Oh shit, he can cut somebody. Bro, he can cut you.
Weep.
No.
Therefore, Mr. Natsume not only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime, which means your powers of observation, ma'am, cannot be relied upon. Did you just bark at
She
me?
really using her husband's body as a little fucking slapstick of humor.
Uh-huh.
Little
Bunty,
fucking guard
bunty.
dog.
So it cannot be denied that though you say the defendant you saw, you could have been mistaken.
Oh no. No.
Can we let the poor man go?
She really
What? Ah!
What is your objection, bitch?
I realize it's the glare of my fucking controller that's freaking me out.
Mm.
It's like a
Fucking
little.
vamp looking ass.
It's plainly evident
In your ass?
that your powers of deduction cannot be relied upon, my learned Nepalese friend.
Shut the fuck up, you racist piece of shit.
What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the crime scene.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Yeah, explain. Literally, we disproved that they can't be a reliable. They're not reliable witnesses. So there is an off chance that they have not witnessed anything. A fact you very well have no hope of disproving.
I just fucking did, you fucking bitch.
Mm-mm. As you striven to avert
You
attention.
fucking short-haired Sephiroth-looking motherfucker.
Short-haired Sephiroth-looking motherfucker.
From that, by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies, would that be fair? He sees right through me.
No, he doesn't. He's a bitch. The only thing he can see is his fucking own nose.
Damn. But plan as somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast.
Don't explain shit.
To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony, in very well respect.
No, it's not.
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of the Briar Road, a total of 4 books were definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It shows only 3 books. Quite right. There can be 3 seen in that print. Are you
Sir, I
withholding
swear to
evidence?
God.
I get. Are you withholding evidence? That print? You mean to say? Allow me to present another. One that shows in the victim's head. Are you stupid?
He's so fucking dumb.
Oh, shit. Oh, I actually know where that's from.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's from the landlord's office or the landlord's apartment flat or whatever. He got into an argument with his wife because his wife thought he was cheating on him, and that caused some of the they had an altercation, and a candle fell over and it scorched his bookcase. And one of his favorite books was saying like there was something about a lion, because I don't know, he got a golden lion while he purchased that lion from a bookstore or something. I don't know which one, but. The Lion's Pride, that's his favorite book. Wait a minute. Is that their daughter?
Yes.
Is that the man's daughter?
Sus.
Because think about it. If this is from the old man's flat, how would this one get it? Either the wife threw it out the window, but the window was closed. Either that or that's their kid, and she was there when the altercation happened.
The mystery unfolds.
Bro, don't believe it. It's the 4th book. I know where it is. As you well observe, the 4th book is hidden in view from the original print by the victim's torso. No, Ryunosuke, it's okay, it's okay. Actually, you idiot, you actually helped me. You actually helped my case even more.
Yep.
Thank you for that, idiot. Dumbass.
Dipshit.
I love it when they do that. Like, oh, here's to break your case. Like,
You
oh.
actually made my case better.
Yeah, you actually helped me.
What? No, I made it worse.
No,
See?
actually, you actually know exactly where this is from. So, and it just proves my point even more that this person had no connection to the Nipponese. Or the...
Damn, you really are a bad prosecutor, aren't you?
God damn, you are not good. You're just being racist.
There, look, see, you see, look at that, look.
Yes.
Just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia is always right, sir. Let's study the receipt of the books purchased by the accused. And are you going to say that he stole the book? No, let's comically watch. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
Mere for someone.
A meal for Gababoir. And as the court has heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Just say you like fucking British people and hate everybody else, you piece of shit.
Someone likes to go down the bunny trail. Someone likes to go down the bunny trail. They go hop, hop, hop down the bunny trail and go down the rabbit hole. They go hoppity hop, hop down the bunny trail. Hop, hop, hop down the bunny trail. Hoppity hop, hop to the bunny trail and tumbling down a hole. Hey, GP.
Hello, JP. Hello, Mr. Job.
Hello, Mr. Job. How are you this morning? Oh, this good day. Hello, Japenis.
JP?
That's what Amatoon said.
I'm losing it.
Maybe we should change his name as Japenis.
No.
Fine. We'll stick with Jop. Or Jopri. But there's only 3 books on the receipt. And Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is shown in its photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but doesn't that seem odd? Why should a 4th book be omitted from the receipt? Because that's not his book! It's not all at all, my lord. Yeah, say he stole it. Say he stole it. The photograph clearly showed the 4th book was in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. It doesn't. Belongs to her Fasha. Or maybe Fasha. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it was overlooked by investigating officers at Scotland Yard.
Are you sure you didn't mean Vampire Coven?
Ooh! Are you sure you don't mean the Transylvanian police?
Ooh.
The TVPD?
TVPD.
TVPD? TVPD? Put your hands up! I have it here as evidence. You will submit the aforementioned photographic print, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Okay, give it.
Give it, you piece of shit. Motherfucker withholding evidence, motherfucker piece of shit.
Yeah, dumbass.
Asshole.
Asshole!
I hate that I fucking thought of this very specific scene.
Oh, which one?
Somebody jumping out the window, mad that his fucking superhero friends betrayed him, quote unquote, and so he goes and recruits Cthulhu. Assholes!
Oh, look at this. the book has been badly burnt. You're right. You never would have been able to read it in a state, specifically not in the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorch on the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does it seem to raise a red flag with me?
'Cause, bitch, you remember.
You remember the time where you saw domestic assault? You remember the time where the wife beat the husband, the husband cheated on his thick ass wife, and the wife beat him up.
And she burnt his library bookshelf.
Let me see. The book entitled "The Lion's Pride." I'm afraid I don't know any.
I love how they're just having a private conversation in the court, and it's just
Right.
like, they fucking done yet?
Like, are you well, counsel? Are you well, Katie? Shut up.
Did you just mock me? You made me. Shut the fuck up,
Bitch.
racist piece of shit.
Fuck you. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of this book by that name before. Very recently, too. This is a title I recognize, too, Mr. Naruhodo. Because it's the name of the book that the old man reads, and it's his favorite. It's its favorite! I have nothing further to add.
Fuck you.
What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. As Parage's longer route to the accused lodgings, you tried to establish your summation examination.
You're an asshole. Shut up.
And the attempted discrediting of the witness's power and recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You
Yeah,
see?
kinda did.
Everything you've said is true.
Shut
Isn't
up.
that right, my darling? Yes, pet.
Marry me, pet. You're already married, the fuck? So perhaps ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions.
No.
Shall the court waste any more of this Nepalese travesty?
Yes.
Or is the decision you make too apparent already? Have you heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence? The trial has run its course. Has it, Mr.
Has it, though?
Naruhodo? I'm afraid we're in a terrible, precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, we might make... No! Mama ain't raised no bitch, Ryunosuke. The only
No,
bitch...
Mama raised a bitch. Let's go.
You,
No, Mama
you're
raised-
the
no,
only
she
bitch
raised
you
nobody,
are.
Actually, Mama was absent.
The only bitch you are is Ryunosuke. Not Ryunosuke. It's Kazuma's bitch, alright? You're only Kazuma's bitch.
Mm-hmm. There he is.
Think, Ryunosuke, think. Of course I'm gonna raise an objection.
Objection.
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. Don't you fucking tell me no! The fuck you mean, nuh-uh? The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed.
Compass has.
The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but come on, say it, Rinosuke. Ugh, can't think of what to say. God damn it, Rinosuke. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat brewish to close down a debate at this point. Your insightful little Eastern Isle must be lawless hole indeed. Oh my god! What? For a lowly judicial wow!
Mm-hmm.
You have some fucking nerve. I am, to my shame, a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but consider my assistant's advisal essential and her opinions invaluable. Sir Naruhodo? One of this great land's guiding principles is tolerance. Is it? Cause you have not said a goddamn word with all the racist rhetoric this man has been saying this entire time. So the court will
He said tolerance, he didn't say to which side.
You're right. Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. You believe that this new evidence warrants a further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you... Of course, yes! Is it possible that this new evidence might be a decisive proof we've been waiting for?
Yes.
Yes. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain the crucial piece of evidence and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine this newly... Oh, they're just telling me to examine. I already did. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Sato. This is it, Sasato-san managed to win one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wished to present evidence, my lord. Yeah. Fuck you, you vampire peach! Later, Emmetun. Very well. The defense may present one more further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case. Shut up with your big words. What about the, hello? This book is burnt?
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We've already discussed the fourth book at length. No, we didn't! Other than that in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no insignificance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would... obviously you're covering up something because there's a big scorch mark on it. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe the evidence in question contained discovered a clue. So I must insist you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Neener, 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 I get to make my point. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Santa. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of evidence. Oh, no. And water's wet. which means you may very well be on the right track. Oh, yes, I think you might be right. I mean, why would you... I mean... The bitch is burnt! So, Counsel, precisely where is this vital clue in case you... Alright. I don't know if you guys noticed this big old torch mark back here, but... It might be this. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you... Oh! It's been burnt to a crisp! You have to ask yourself, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to be doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of my Nepalese friend? I'm not your friend. Oh. Well, I concede to the point. It bears no relation to the case. There's nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert this fire damage as some vital clue, it would happen that day. Pray, to enlighten us and all, what truth does this child book hide? The chart. There's just one possibility here. An outside chance is certainty, but it's worth a try. What? I mean, I know whose is it. It's the old man's. I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting is the assertion of the fire damages? Fook. Yeah, the owner. My lord, the burn on the back of the book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon?
But you already know who the book belongs to. The victim was given it with her hand when she fell to the floor. It's obviously hers.
The question is how the book came to be the victim's hands is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has a very credible answers. How can you possibly? Very well. I'll play along with your futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, members of the jury may as well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is likely influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim the owner of this burnt book is? That would be, well, this man, sir. John and Gary Deb. This is his favorite book. Aptly named The Lion's Pride.
Take that!
The answer is the book belonging to the couple who owned the house where the defendant had his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Deb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... all the people in London, one of the six chosen for the jury in this courtroom today, is none other than Mrs. Jerry Deb herself. I knew it.
Oh my goodness me! I think you're mistaken, sir. I'm not Mrs. J. Deb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you could just drop the pretense. All right then. How about a simple question for you? Have you seen this book in Mr. Jerry Deb's house?
Oh, I would presume no.
I would never presume to know all of his books, sir.
Objection.
This is outlandish behavior. The woman is accused accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public and besmirch her without a shred of evidence? Your actions are unforgivable. Ow.
Objection.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know. On the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Deb was his house. Good lord. What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was happened in a blink of an eye, you know. A whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bully thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bully footage just started going up as well. Most of all is I lost my favorite. A book called The Lion's Pride. I knew it, 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 I knew it. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, that's the same title of the subject of this debate.
Oh, dearie me.
Objection.
This is risible. All you told the court was that the book by the same name was involved in the fire. In that case, it is risible to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer that magically removed itself from the crime scene. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the fire was caused by, marital discord. Discord. Without going into details, it appears Mrs. Jerry Deb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Jerry Deb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful. I can't imagine being so horrid. To the one you love, can you really? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia never raises a finger at me, sir. No, okay. I don't know about that.
I had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the final got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. And there I backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming in 10 to the dozen. Oh, so she threw it out the window. That's how she did it. The man had his back up against the window and his burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious. Are you suggesting that the book was thrown at the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection.
No. A thorough investigation around the surrounding area was conducted of the incident. There was no report of the Jerry Deb's window pane being broken. I never said it was broken! That's quite true. We saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Jerry Deb's household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time. Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season of chilling weather and that accompanies it. No Londoner would have lived an open window in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario as serious, counsel? Do you honestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Jerry Deb's wife? Just say Mrs. Jerry Deb. I don't understand why you're saying Mr. Jerry Deb. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Uh-oh.
Well, I hope everyone can see that you are now, you little foreigner trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward!
Really?
claiming our little Tiff was set the whole name of our light. Honestly, implying my meal position as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? And it's nothing but a beastly case of anything. All you've done is sully our family's name.
Oh, no. I assure you, that was never my intention.
Dragging up an upstanding citizen through the mud is simply a diversion of tales of your failing defense.
Okay, now you're lying through your straight fucking teeth.
I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. There we go. How long have we sat here listening to the Nipponese spouting his foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who's gonna stab the victim is the little hunchback with a mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me. Sorry. What was that? Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessary, protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to favor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book is still yet... Why are you putting your leg on the table, you goddamn slut? If books are your pre-election, my dear learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions. Great.
Guilty.
Listen, we talk about...
Guilty.
Can we talk about this? Like, you guys are just so... This is so biased and racist. Like, this is unbelievable. Like, come on now. Thank you for that unambiguous... That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mr. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense acts yeah, that. Huh. You believe you still have your tricks up your sleeves? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there is a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Oh. Shit. Okay. Is it gonna be like another 3-part trial?
Gross.
Fucking bro put his leg up on the counter like a slut.
He needs to fucking put that leg back down and never speak again.
I mean, you're right, but shit. He's a slut. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom, get some water, maybe get a little snack-oo. I'll be right back.
Okay.
See, you can talk to the chat now because, you know, people are talking.
Gross.
They're there and they're talking, so you can talk to them.
Gross.
Guys, say hi to Jessica. Ask her how her day was. See?
Gross.
Oh, shut up. Ask her about the Barbie movie. I'll be right back.
Gross. Talking to people in this day and age? Gross. Talking to people in this economy. Horace, shut up. Excuse me for saying hello. Sir, besides, every time I talk to the chat, I usually get crickets or maybe like one message, maybe two. So I don't bother. Yeah, in this society, the audacity to talk to people. Gross. How am I? I'm tired. I went out, saw the Barbie movie yesterday, and then I went out shopping, basically. Now I'm just in my room, lumpy, swampy, dumpy, because it's like 8 in the morning. Honestly, you know what? It was a good day. And when we went shopping, I got a book about casual fashion that shows you how to draw certain clothes and, in fact, includes shoes. So, definitely great for somebody who has struggles with certain clothing items. Also, I won't spoil anything about the Barbie movie, but Ken is my favorite character. You can probably guess why. You should see it. It's pretty fucking funny to me. I liked it. It was nice. See, the difference now is because the game has music. Whenever this one pauses and leaves, it's just straight up silent. I'm just here minding my business, making a bagel, and it's just crickets. Beep, beep, beep. Yes, penguin a bagel. It's a nice bagel. Just well, it's just a plain bagel. Getting bagels is hard here.
Ah, I see you were talking with the chat, eh?
Yes, I was talking with the chat because you yelled at me the last time. Also, penguin's here.
Hi, Penguin. I got a cookie.
Yay. Talking about bagels and the Barbie movie. JP's thinking about seeing it. And I told him he should.
Yeah.
And then I said, of course, my favorite character is Ken.
I'm just 10. Everyone else should be a 10.
Ken is the best character.
Even though the patriarchy ruined him for a bit.
What?
Even though he got tainted by the patriarchy for a bit.
Also, why are you spoiling shit?
What? Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I'm half asleep.
Bro.
I didn't get much sleep last night. It's fine.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Missy. Okay, Missy.
What?
And it's fine. It's fine. Shut up. You are lying. It is not fine. It's never fine.
It's fine. Let's get back into the game. I've considered the Defense Council request for further summation examination of the jury. I've determined the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. Neener, neener, neener.
Bitch.
So, counsel, you may proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. That we are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to clearly state and concisely for the court the grounds in which you find the defendant guilty of the crime. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can't it? Dearie me, it was a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get it over with. And if I don't bring home some this poor guy, I'm starting to feel bad. I'm starting to feel legit. I'm starting to feel bad for this poor guy. He just wants to go to work to bring home money. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Wait, sir, where do you live? Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all the jurors this time round, it seems. With no one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in my previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene of the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it could be argued in any other way. That means I'm afraid during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What even constitutes as a tangible explanation here? Wait. Jessica? Hear me out. Also, JP, it's a requirement you wear pink if you go see Barbie. Hear me out. What if this murder weapon, the knife, was thrown out the window? Because, you know, she was hauling and throwing shit already. So what if during that throw, the tip chipped off and accidentally stabbed the victim? Because you gotta think about it this way. As Mia would say it, think outside the box. No one else was around. Yet the victim was holding a book from a third floor. I'm gonna use American terms here. The third floor, top floor building, which was already on fire, and someone was already throwing stuff out of it. So if it was just the victim and the accused there, it could have been possible that this knife could have been thrown out the window. And it could have been damaged on its way down, and it could have hit the victim. It may seem far-fetched, but it's not impossible. If we're going to that route of, okay, fine, there's just those two there, no one else, and he fled the scene, fine. Then maybe it didn't come from around, maybe from above. That's what I'm thinking. I'm still looking for like any encryption that might tell us who this belongs to. Just anything at all, but I'm not seeing it. Or was it like an army knife? I mean, Jerry Deb had a display of awards and memorabilia from his days in the army, so maybe this could be one of his knives from the army. Wee, wee, wee. I feel like this might be his knife. But whether I can prove it enough the jury can believe me, that's the problem. Who stabbed the woman and how? Those details are what you need to prove. Okay. Simply give us a name and a method in which the attack concluded. And there was, I think it might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this will really be where the trial ends. No pressure, then. Enough preamble. Proceed with the examination, please. I presume you're prepared, counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. Right, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Jaredeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Jaredeb's house on the evening of the incident. But the 4th book was found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I learned in my short career so far, wherever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Jaredeb and how she reacts, even the things other people say. There's someone I wanted to this guy. Sir, I'll get to you in a minute because I know you want to go home because I need more details from you, but this guy has some information about fire at home. I want to know where, if he can tell me where he lives, and when a fire happens in the home, do you open the window? Where's the button?
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with the decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? I'm sorry, what was that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top of it, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? That's some kind of devil worship? Oh, of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, of course. It seems a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyways, I must have and blow them. Only I must have blown the wrong way. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. And furniture caught just looking at her. Definitely sounds like a devil worshipping to me. And by sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How did you catch a cold from a fire? Oh, what a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water all over me and tried to put out the flames. And then the whole room filled up with smoke, of course. I had opened all the windows to clear it. So the windows can open. The windows. body winter rushed over me like a devil dancing to my grave. It did. I caught the terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday party in a hurry. I knew it was a devil worshipping all along. But something about that old man's story is playing in my mind for some reason. I know it. Yes, but once again, all the various statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. Yeah, I know. I think I know what to do. I want to pit the... No. This guy. With, him. The winter house fire is dire. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you, you see? Even if a window was throwing bugs, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it? No.
Objection.
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Oh, don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What is that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me? Oh, see what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke after a fire, you would be mad not to open the...
Yeah? Yeah? Oh! Exactly. I love this little pacing thingy. I don't know why. It seems cute. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a great fire at the Jerry-Deb household. And Mr. Jerry-Deb had followed to say about... The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am.
Excuse me.
Jury number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Jerry-Deb! Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? You dare to imply that I was hiding something who I really am? It is imperative you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? Well, I beg pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught on fire as they did. In that situation like that, it is inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? That's right then. Yes, you're right. My husband frantically opened the window. Which can't have been easy, so I continued to give him a justly deserved good book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be rather bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish the window was open. We simply must add that added to Mrs. Jerry-Bed's formal statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I cleaned. Forgot is true. Now, come here, big boy. Come here, big boy. Let me question you for a minute. I have a question for you. I know you want to get back to your family and all, but can you please just
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you still sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? Bring home some readies with me tonight. You'll find me floating face and the Thames of tomorrow morning. What? What? I don't even know what that meant. You heard me. The missus isn't one to mess about. She can be fierce if you believe me. Another shining example of marital bliss. Bliss, I mean, not bliss. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, Do you know it's funny? But I can't quite remember. Sorry? That was too frightening as a thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat was ever dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. I got you. You mentioning, yes, the window was open. I cleaned.
Hold it!
The fourth book was found on the scene of the crime. This shows a very obvious sign of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, of the book that Mr. Jeb had told us that he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw the book at your husband? A copy of The Lion's Pride that he'd been reading.
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled that thing straight at him. Now you mentioned it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? I'm sorry, he was flinching, but they didn't give me the prompt, so...
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man, I don't remember. At times like this, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well as you know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book.
Oh my god, that scared me. Holy shit, I almost bit my tongue. Oh. Be still, my beating heart. Oh my god. Sir,
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Sir, does this sound familiar to you?
Excuse me.
What is a jury number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. The memory that I blocked out. I was listening to what this granny was saying, and it brought it all flooding back.
What are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Jerry Beddo, didn't I? I'm Mrs. Jerry Deb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back from work after, work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped. Ooh. Ooh, that's not good, bro. Oh dear. What a disaster. You haven't heard half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hearing this just further confirms it for me that this knife was the weapon was thrown and it accidentally stabbed the victim. I couldn't hardly get a word out, and I told her straight. I lost today's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whizzing past my ear and stuck within the wall behind me. It did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know? That golden stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When a woman lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think of all women of short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What attack? Who are you going to attack? What is happening? Oh, this is why Ryunosuke is sticking with Kazuma. This is why. Bitches be crazy. Never mind. Anyways, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright. We'll come back to that bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Okay. I was hoping I could pit these two together, but I don't think I can. I have to look somewhere else, and I can't do the old. Maybe the old man spoke about fire, and they just no. You. A woman in range will. Yes. No. Yes, you. Prove my theory right. Prove my fucking theory right. Prove my fucking theory right. These two statements clearly deeply significant. Whatever. Good grief. You don't mean they don't contradict each other? Counsel, explain at once. Juror number 2. Do you think perhaps that this could be such a novel alternative?
Why, whatever do you mean?
An alternate explanation of how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? That we demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. J.Deb's room on the top floor of his house. I don't know. I fucking love this pacing little thing. I don't know why. So, I don't know. It's just one of those things that it's pleasing to me. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Jerrybed household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Jerrybed could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, jury number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
No, ma'am. Don't call them beanpoles. Because every time you call them a beanpole, they end up not being a beanpole. Now that you said that, Ryunosuke is probably not a beanpole. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Itans Galahad. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. Give us the okay. I'm really taking a big gamble here. Was I right? Yo, was I right? No, legit, was I right? But I need evidence to back it up. Dude, was I right? But I'm certain at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. Yo, I might be right. I'm gonna save here. But I might be right. It might be the knife. Ooh, that motherfucker said like women would throw anything just to ooh. Wait, no, back.
Take that!
Jury number 4, Mrs. Jaredep.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember when the victim was attacked? Mr. and Mrs. Jerrybed were in throes of an argument. Mrs. Jerrybed was hurling objects anything she could at her husband, who had backed up against the window. The window had been opened to clear the smoke, and through that which a book sailed and landed at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying it flew out the window and across the street and to land neatly in her hand?
Okay, oh, shit. I think I know how this happened. Like, they're fighting, right? Mrs. Jaredep, she ain't no bitch. I have no doubt she would launch that thing across the street. I think she launched the thing across the street. Miss Green, or Olive Green, saw the book, bent down to pick it up, and she had it in her grasp, and that's when the knife was hurled and landed into her back, and that's when she was stabbed. I think that's what happened. And Mr. Natsume was just wrong place, wrong time. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't know yet to understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end, not right now.
Oh my.
Mrs. Jaredep, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh,
Now they're gonna... Oh, I know it. They're gonna say, oh, he's just beastly man. He just... Oh, this...
I wish to change my decision.
Then change it.
I am a woman of my word after all.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I agree. Certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it's right for the trial to come to an end with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this moment either.
All together now, ladies, gents. But Grandpa, why? We did it.
Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So as a result of the defense culmination examination, a number of jurors' leaning has changed. 2 jurors called guilty, and 4 against the calling, against 4 calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of the court is divided. This trial will continue. Grandpa, why? But your birthday, Grandpa! But your birthday! Now then, Lord Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? You need a drink. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But it follows is repugnant. It's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Zeeks, the defense has put forward a credible alternative explanation of what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke, in which I barely know how to respond. Let me start by insisting that you must familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should be already more than apparent that between the crime scene and Mrs. Jeribet and the Jerideb household, a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means the distance from the Jerideb's house and one scene is, yes, 15 yards. Your point?
Let me see. 15 yards. It's around 14 meters.
14 meters?
That's a little farther than I imagined.
As ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted of having potential significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, a smoldering book wantonly hurled by the young lady of the house, traveling some 15 yards. To land opposite side of the road is neatly between the... Again! It was not... God, you make me angry. You're purposely ignoring the other alternative. That she was bending down and had it in her grasp while she was still alive. It didn't land in her hand. It probably landed on the floor and she picked it up like a normal human being. Is that your final conclusion, my learned, deluded friend? No! And the doctor followed nearly identical trajectory, plunged into the middle of the victim's back. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Get him, Susato! Get him! Mrs. Sato.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, aren't they?
How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. Never mind.
My lord, may I be allowed to speak?
Oh, she's gonna go off. As a judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade a jury to change its leaning. As such, the court has its duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. Bitch.
Tell him. To that end, jury number 4, Miss Jaredeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! Fox examination for a juror? Order, order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There's already a witness on the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If I learn my friend's fallible theory has any truth in it, then both the burning book and Jackpot must be flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And oh God, no. We must be able to testify accordingly. What says you, witness? Yes, sir. Constable Rowley beat. Reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who had appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, there's ours heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rowley, my hero, you make me swoon.
Ew. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. And order the witness to stand and testify again. Stand forth before the court and details pertaining the alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. This case was nothing but to do with Mr. and Mrs. Jaredeb, but believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Jaredeb household are top-hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rory was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
What did he face planted on the floor? I didn't take my eyes off on the crime scene for a moment. Nothing strange to report in that front, sir. This is quite startling. Top hinge casement windows? That detail, it was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I've been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sin with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. I'm sorry, but what exactly are top hinged casement windows? And you? You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course. Sorry. Bitch? I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the window in Mr. and Mrs. Jaredeb's room. All right, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But it's a top-hinged casement window. It swings up along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. The casement windows is a prominent feature. It's stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened. Actually, that helps me even more. Okay, thank you, sir. You idiot. You absolute lunatic. I was bit and it itches so bad. I don't know what's biting me. Please help. 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 Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow. It prevents it from opening? Oh, this is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife was to be thrown and through the open window, it would have been clattered against the panel and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No. You see the problem then? Good, your education window in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility whether the book or the knife was traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we have discounted already. That can't be.
Do you see that, Roily? That young Japanese man collapsed in agony. Yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Roily, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I'm still sticking by my theory here. But who's to say it wasn't broken? I haven't even started cross-examination yet, already my argument has been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your examination. My lord. Oh god, not another desperate situation. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Jerry, but believe me, in London, it's Bobby is good for his work. But they are involved.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
Ah, very good question, sir. Oh, the answer is this. It's notable founding principles written in reminder of what all policemen is for the duty.
He told us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. No, he did, and I wanted to see it, but he was too much of a pussy to give it to me.
To patrol the streets of London, uphold the peace and common man. That's what the job is all about. That's why I can stand here today alongside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good job. It's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes avidly, sa. Oh, really? You're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, really?
Oh god, my stomach. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Deb?
Oh, I see, sir. Well, you should have said it so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, could you answer the question? That's a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer the question to my fullest ability, sir. There was a surprise why Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Deb's domestic dispute can't be related to the case. Before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I'd very much like you and your countrymen to understand this great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take some tales back to us London buddies how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So that, sir, I'll be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. I must warn you, you won't be able to get through without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Yes! Give me. Shut up. Item 1. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his alloyed beat. Item 2. Patrolling officers is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for furtherance of community relations. Item 1. Any crime falls under jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. He didn't do that! I knew you were a fraud! You didn't do this! You didn't do this! You didn't help this! No! Bullshit!
You see, sir, the top window floor of the dirt bed is a top hinged casement.
Was it really?
Hold it!
It must have opened all the way, some way, somehow, for the book to fly through. So that means it doesn't open fully. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just allowed a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted on how much they open.
And therefore anything thrown out the window from the inside of the room would simply strike the panel and fall on the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark on the map. Here's the location where the object would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite of the scene of the crime, on the other side of a rather wide road. It would have been so hard for someone to mention this top-hinged casement before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea of sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Jerry's house was furnished with?
Oh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I need help with...
Did you? Ma'am?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Oh, sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there a particular reason for that?
Oh, well, I'm just remembering, that's all.
Remembering what?
We were really so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course, I felt terrible for this poor woman who was attacked. Oh, don't misunderstand, please. But we were so lucky it didn't happen to Rory's beat.
Okay, wait. So this wasn't even... He had no reason to get involved at all. Because she just said that's not his beat. Where was the police? Who... Residents on his beat. A policeman must assist with the initial events. What the Someone's lying to me! Someone is lying to me! I feel gaslit right now! Oh, hadn't realized.
Oh, yes. That street, private. That's a boundary between Royalty's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat.
Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing document in the Jerrybed household yesterday. Their house was on my beat, so you see, sir.
Wait. What? Ah! Hold on. She just said it. I'm so confused. She just literally just said, we're so lucky it didn't happen on Royalty's beat. Rolly's beat. But he just said they're a part. Wait. It's the street by street is the boundary between Roly's beat and the next one. What is... I need clarification! So, that's really cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. Please! I'm so confused! If the Jerrybed household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it as well?
Outside Mr. Jerrybed's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat.
Then why did your wife say otherwise? I'm so confused. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if a woman has been attacked on the other side of Briar Road, you would never be able to go for a meal and celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's life of a puppy after all.
Extraordinary people are puppies. I'm so confused. Outside the Jerrybed's house. Yes, that pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. Think the Jerrybed outside Deb house is on your beat. Does that mean the pavement next to it as well? So that whole... okay, I'm slowly starting to understand. Where's the map? Holy shit, my head hurts. So essentially, this part is part of his beat. But the scene of the crime and where everything wasn't. That's so confusing. But sure, whatever. So the left side is part of his beat, but the right side is not. I'm so... I hope that's correct. I'm so confused.
Do you know what I think? I think it's the Lord's way of rewarding my Roly for his hard work. Did you think so, my darling?
Must be it, Pet, my love. Must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have the information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it. Please! I'm so confused. The pavement where the victim's body was is just outside the Constable Beat's beat. The border on which it runs down the middle Briar Road. Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ.
Now it's my turn, I think. Obviously.
Ow.
If had...
You would have seen it. I mean, there was a fog, but okay.
I did leave the scene.
You did. Yes, you did, yeah. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
But your wife said earlier. No, you said earlier you were like down for the count. Nothing to report. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why didn't you report the dead body then? Why didn't you report someone leaving the scene? There was much to report then. What do you mean, nothing to report? Sir, please, sir.
That's correct, sir.
I had my eyes wide open No, you didn't.
Never looked away for a second. When I approached the scene, nothing removed from it. I swear on Scotland and the yacht honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
I beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir.
This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Jerry Depp's household. So the question remains, how did it find its way to the victim's hand? Can you shed any light on that, seeing that you were in the scene of the crime the whole time?
Aha, could have been a different copy, sir. Just like it happened to be burnt as well.
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, the book in the lady's hand from the moment we arrive at the scene.
Is that so? What a fucking shock! There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back, and now the book ending up in her hand. There must be a common thread between them. I don't know. They both came from the Jerry Depp household. Oh, great. What? What do you want, you creepy little Chucky doll mother-looking motherfucker? I mean, you're not Chucky. You're not a Ginger. Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You just might happen to meet the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting I doubted you.
No excuses, I won't. I don't want to hear it.
Yo, this is just making you look even more suspicious, so I don't know what you expect.
My buzz would be head. My lord, will you let me speak, won't you?
Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes a path of resistance is a sage one. That was a very loud mutter, meaning give the brat what she wants.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. You might get away with something like that, but my Rory won't.
Duly noted, Miss Beat. I humbly ask you to continue. How could she possibly about to say? What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
I know what I saw when my eyes never let me down. My sense of direction's a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
What does that mean? Miss Beat, no one's questioning what you told us.
I saw it that very evening, clearly. In the little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, sulking away from the scene.
Huh.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You might also mention something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, it's a little embarrassing. I've always end up in the wrong place I'm always ending up in the wrong place whenever I made an arrangement to meet Rory. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
What do you mean? Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife remark just bring something to mind, perhaps? Well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find the police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone for a bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she would be back in 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15.
Oh, Roly is such a tease. But the reason I took so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
Bouquet? I'm sorry. What bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for a wedding anniversary. Roly is so romantic. He saved up revolving and pennies he found in the gutter while he was doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I forgot all about it just now. Had you, my darling?
Yes. That was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure about one thing. We have to ask Miss Beat about the bouquet. Wait, that bouquet wasn't meant for her, was it? Oh, did the Mrs. Derry Deb throw the bouquet out the window and land into Rolly's hands? And the wife, Mrs. Rolly, thought it was for her? Did that happen?
Oh, really? I would love to, yes.
I dropped the bouquet yet. Hold on, let me save right quick. I need to ask her more about this bouquet. Oh, crap.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Oh, yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw the woman in the knife with her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Roly gave me. It was so dark spot and where the streetlights was casting any light, so I hadn't noticed at first.
So then, you went to the police box to report to the police. Whose beat what is it on?
Yes, I came back to the scene together with another constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. Funny thing, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment when I heard a voice calling for me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
Oh, that's right, silly me. I've gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
The bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Street to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Is it? The worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again and when we left the scene. A beautiful rose Rowley gave me. Which that is changed from the gutter he spent so collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean, I'm sorry, a solitary rose?
Oh! Oh! Yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Brody bought me for our anniversary. With the old bits of change he'd fallen in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose? Tell us, Lone Vansies, where did you come up with by that flower? According to the report of the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Jerabet household. In front of the Jerabet household? Okay, now I'm confused again. Was the body moved? No, it couldn't have been. But to believe it no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, for good measure, the rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh. But it's a symbol of our love.
I don't care. Let me take a look at this. What the fuck is that? It's a very stylish paper it's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. I suppose it's not, I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking if you wrapped it in a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Sosato-san, you do love your cakes. Is that it? God, these bugs keep biting me. It's driving me crazy. Will it say the same thing if I press... An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, isn't it? Is it? I've never seen one before. You do not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly. I know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out? Learning some that aren't fruit-based, for example? Okay, that was just a dig on him, alright. Okay, this is the same dialogue. Okay, okay, this is the same dialogue again. Okay, present from Patricia Beach from her husband Rowley. The shock seemed to have stopped the victim, calling Mrs. B to drop the rose where she stood. Wouldn't it be wet?
I want it back after the tragedy, you hear me? I want it back!
Good grief! Rest assured I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. Beat. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene. Oh! Oh! So, if nothing changed in the crime scene, then how do you explain the anniversary gift? Since she found it in one place and then it suddenly appeared on the other side of the street. Sa. Yeah, how do you explain this?
Objection.
You claim Constable Beat there was nothing to report. In 15 minutes or so, you're guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What did you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court. When you arrived back at the crime scene with the policeman you assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite road of Briar Road. Opposite side of Briar Road is where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, a single bloom cannot be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Yeah.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore on that Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It had nothing to do with the case. That's why Rowley didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, that's not your only bouquet that we're talking here. More than one thing, the case this case mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there was Mr. Jeribed's book. Mr. Jeribed's copy of the Lion's Pride in which he had thrown the... Okay, hear me out here. Hear me out here. How's this for a turnabout? What if we're looking at this all wrong? What if the woman was killed or was stabbed probably across the street? And since Mrs. Beat has a bad sense of direction, she wouldn't think none the wiser. So, what if Rowley took the body during those 15 minutes? He took the body and put it on the other side of the street. And, since it was very foggy out, he didn't notice or didn't see, or Mr. Natsume didn't notice or didn't see him, and just heard the body plop on the other side of the street. And that scared him and he ran. That would explain why Roylie's face was planted down on the floor like that. Maybe he was trying to hide. I don't know. This is getting weird. Would have struck the pane in the crescent window on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet Should have been dropped. They moved the body! But in fact, they moved the body! It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Jerrybet's house. There's no logical explanation for those. Unless someone deliberately moved them. They moved the body!
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, you make it seem my void did something wrong.
Don't listen to that scrawny lawyer says. Stop calling him scrawny because I called whenever I call a little scrawny looking dude scrawny, he ends up not being scrawny at all. He ends up being a little fucking beefcake. So don't stop calling him scrawny. He's probably not scrawny.
Yeah, he probably beefcake.
But shut up, Jessica. Bullshit, you wake up at this moment?
I never went to sleep. I was doing things.
Oh. Bitch.
You forget, fucking the mic tends to pick up shit that I don't want it to pick up when I'm doing things, so I just mute myself.
You know what? That's probably fair. Alright. Fuck. Yeah, but anyways. Yeah, stop it.
We're throwing on about books and bouquets. Who cares? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh, good. Mrs. Jerrybet's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Jerrydeb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle and compelling reason. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have caused this, carry out this? Royally? You know, the fucking tired bitch over there? All the evidence and all testimony points to one particular person. Counsel, I must demand you substantiate this conjecture. Who am I saying is involved? I'll tell you who. The only one who had ample time to go across the street and back in 15 minutes. The only person who could have switched the scenes around and had ample amount of time to. The person who said and claimed that his beat was outside of that house. So if that was his, whoa, mind blown, dude. You know why he probably switched the bodies? So he can spend time with his wife, and he didn't want to deal with that shit. Because if that dead body, or that injured body, not the dead body, if that injured body was on that side of the street, like on his, and that's his beat, that's his responsibility, and he has to take care of it. But seeing as though it's his wedding anniversary and everything like that, he probably switched the scenes around so he doesn't have to deal with it, and he can go la-di-da-di-da with his wife. And another person with that beat could take care of it. Oh, you son of a bitch. Where is he?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person who could have been. Miss Constable Rowley. Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? Ooh, excuse me. A member of Scotland Yard?
Nonsense! Why would my Brody do such a thing like that? There was no straighter than my husband. No, Bobby wasn't more tirelessly than the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony your husband asked for you to go to the nearby police box and fetch the officer on duty. 15 minutes you were absent from the scene. Is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. All lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection.
If that were true, Constable Bede would have seen him do it.
Oh,
And forgive me to pointing out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant fled the scene.
well.
Objection.
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one important thing. Evidence? You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right. He's right. My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. Why would anyone else want to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. I can give you a motive. Until you do, your accident. If you will let me talk, you pompous fuck. Constable Beat had very good reason for wanting him to tamper with the crime scene. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you're mistaken, I need not to point out your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable B's motivation in tampering was to hide. Hold on. It must be my guess, again, I'm gonna guess, like, if the body was on his beat, he would have to deal with it, but he wanted to spend time with his wife, so he switched it to the other guy's, making another guy's problem. Yeah. This. No. This. Where the victim fell on the ground. That's what this Bobby had to cover up at all cost. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you from the very start, didn't we? On the pavement on Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right there, if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody had to been led to believe. In fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nepalese friend. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place that evening? Near the window, as you suggested. I mean, not me, but, not you, but... If everything falls into place, and my proposition is right, where the book was thrown out the window and dropped on the street, the woman bent down to pick it up, and the knife followed suit. It must be on this side of the street. Maybe I'm so nervous. Like, Great, Mia?
Take that!
But that's the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
Look at Rolly! Look at Rolly! On the evening in question, Mr. Jed's book fell directly down from the window above. Your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony we heard as court. These witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and it was really dark. There was a typical London fog around the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and the victims and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It couldn't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while, sending you for help. During the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved the things shown in this print to the victim herself and the 4 books. Moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume? Exactly. Prosecution told the court... Hold on. Ow. My back itches. Hold on. Ow. I feel like something bit me. Oh, this sucks. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeke says it wasn't noticed until the morning where it was laid, where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that, in the defense's theory, is what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat.
I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again. I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? All the liars said it was all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. Only seems it wasn't a dream at all.
But... Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, really, why? Why would you do something like this? Living a corpse it's criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why did you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
I have a possible explanation. For why in particular that evening. Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You're a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of Scotland. Oh, shut up! Racist fuck. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered a startling truth of the matter. Yeah! Thank you, Santa! Ugh. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you are coming from. Human emotions are all the same. I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind the man's actions. What gives away the motive of Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? He wanted to spend time with his wife. That's just it. He just wanted to spend time with his wife. Where's the bouquet?
Take that!
Oh, holy shit. Sorry. Did you mean to do that? I realize that I'm a foreigner of this land, and I only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies are completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work of the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after citizens and his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young bobby's in charge of a great deal each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? Yeah, special? How? According to this bouquet, my lord, on account of this bouquet.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had to work so hard to be able to afford a simple gift for his wife. And was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon the crime along Briar Road. When he saw a shadowy figure through the fog and collapsed onto the pavement ahead of them, it must have gone through the what must have gone through the man's mind?
But, on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat put a lot of effort in getting married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside the rules patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a police must assist in initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat? Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes.
Everything you said.
It is. It's all right.
So that's it. And it's all to do with the boundaries of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
It was the first time since I became a copper. I've been cursed. I've been of a cursed god. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could be lurking somewhere. We ran over to the scene, and I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report it to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were. The victim was lying. And what that meant for me. When the crime was discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist in the initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did it happen here? Why tonight of all nights? Why? It is a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat that she to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. You'll go over to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Milksham Street, then.
Dang, dude. He just wanted to spend time with his wife. Oh, don't cry.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I really just wanted one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Really? Just one night?
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you would decide to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road. It calls under neighboring beat care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left the poor woman freezing on the cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, this is my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books you did move from one side of this road to the other in total?
Oh, 4, was it? Yes, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs from the Jaredep's household, of course.
But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? All the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, it's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When I first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book.
I knew it! What did I fucking tell you? Hold on, let me check messages right quick. Oh. No. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm clearing out messages. There we go.
So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
So you sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. She picked it up, and then she was stabbed in the back while bending over.
I thought it was an open just shut at the time, you see. Therefore, only 2 people at the scene. And Pat and me both saw it happen. Which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it at all would, over the road would made a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord? Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I believe this concludes the cross-examination of these witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This is what's my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him to come home late. Leave it now, pet. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of the crime.
Never again, sir? You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is yet to over.
Sir!
Very well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought the third party of transplanting the entire scene on the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now my theory is very much well proven. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Another person who could have been responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution was probably well aware of this possibility of. Tell him, Sasato! Tell him! Drag him! Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to continuing the trial. You will name this other person who could have done... Well, let's see. Maybe the one who was throwing shit out the window at the time.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant had made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine the juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Jaredeb.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Jaredeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Don Jaredeb. In course of the argument, minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened the window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband, and it was when he was cornered when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane on top of the hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know is the true scene of the crime.
Yes, as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage, such as you threw not only just books, but anything you get your hands on. So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Jaredeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really laid eyes on it before?
You won't tell me that the bitch on the jury is responsible for this fucking attack.
Of
Goddamn.
course! Yes! She legit, literally yesterday, she was beating on her husband because he thought he cheated on her. No doubt on my mind, this was an accident.
Jail, bitch.
This was a fucking
Jail,
accident. She was throwing shit at him. The window was open. She must have thrown the book. The victim saw the book, went down to pick it up, threw the knife, and the knife sprung open, probably hit the window, sprung open, and chipped off, and then plunged into the back of the victim while the victim was bending over, picking up the book. I've said this hours ago. I called this. Once I first saw this bitch, I thought she did it. I called her out. Did legit. You can go back and say, nah, this bitch did it.
Jail.
I called her out from day one, bitches. The moment I saw her, I said, nah, this one did it.
She's just like fucking agape in shock. Bitch, close your mouth. It's unsightly.
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Oh, am I supposed to remember everything I picked up I threw at my husband? Anyway, the man over there is all that regalia and said members of the jury didn't testify, did he?
What about your
Come
husband?
over there and
No. What about her husband? What? We could ask the husband. Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No. I have no recollection of saying that. Oh!
Damn, man, setting aside his fucking xenophobia for a moment.
Mm-hmm. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You're not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out.
but that's just a common common or garden knife. It could have been and came from anywhere. We have several like it at home. If one went missing, how do you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking? Are you saying... What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Jerry Deb.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of my injured one. Do you hear me? I couldn't bear it.
That's why you kept your mouth shut, bitch.
Oh, the poor one. Sasato, sit down.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want hard evidence that you're going to say it being my fault. I'm going to have to prove that I threw that knife. That's what you think? So, come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
I'm gonna rip your non-existent eyebrows off your face, bitch.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Can we call the husband? Can we call the husband? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request of cross-examination of this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. At least he's not a bastard who wants to cover up the law.
I'm going to have to testify.
Yeah, get your little fucking ass over there.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your very own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths in which the witness may not even themselves be aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full...
Santa says go over.
I demand your full, unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Jerry Deb. And mark my words. In this court of law today, we will extract the truth.
Santa says get on the stand, Mrs. Jerodeb.
Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real.
Are you sure about that, bitch?
I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. The back of his head reminds me of Phoenix.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Listen. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Jared Bedeb. And I'm, a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid. Or what anymore. The court has added your testimony. It's decided your testimony is required to clarify matters on this case. Do you understand, madame?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household that evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
I always attempt to hide the truth. Fuck you mean?
Look at her cheeks jiggle.
They're giving... I can't take them seriously in any shape or form because they just remind me of fucking boob jiggle physics.
Right? Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, I didn't know you would be here, John.
Finally! Wasn't it only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? I rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Oh, this is cute. Look at it, aw.
Too bad one of them's gonna go to jail.
Yeah, too bad. Don't worry about that. Hardly noticed. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face the disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Jaredeb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Falls. What the fuck? I've seen my fair share of action and living quite as life as we were. A quiet life? Will you not engage in sedentary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes. Yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of British court. Calling a juror... oh, fuck, that was a pen. Damn it. A juror to witness...
Did you get spooked by a pen?
Listen, there's a lot of bugs around and they are biting me.
I know, but just... pen.
Huh?
Just a pen, though?
Listen, I thought it was an ant coming to bite me. They've been biting my arm like crazy.
Y'all need to get... bitch, spray.
Right?
The ant spray.
Shit. I don't know where it is. However, the court will hear your testimony now, jury number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once! Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I have a bit of a skirmish. I can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire onto the carpet. Soon had it out though. Got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking whatever I could to throw at him.
Plenty of knives in our place. Can't say I had noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bully thing in the victim's bag was really one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Alright. Alright. It sounds as though this is quite a battlefield in your household that evening. Though entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. We had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we would have been toast. Wait. Did she throw that pipe at you? Did she break the pipe? I'm sorry. Damn, damn. Don't fuck with her. That's what she said to you, sir. It's only too aware of the battlefield. You're a gnat whisker of death at any moment. Are we still talking about the marital quarrel here? Well, I must say that I am dubious in that testimony will shed light in the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one focuses narrows in such surroundings is barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than a testify, really. This might be a dead end. Manzeeks may be well right.
Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. That day you're referring to, my wife and I did get a skirmish. I can't recall the reason now. You cheated! Knocked the candlestick over, set fire to the rain. Meanwhile, I was picking whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place, can it say... The bully thing, the victim's book, okay. So... I kind of want to press her on, like, if there was anything in specific she threw. So maybe she'll list the knife.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I'm concerned at the time, it was no more important to distinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That's most certainly not true of a Sasato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did you know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife along those items you threw at your husband that day?
All honesty, I don't recall. I feel I must point out, I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin.
Hey!
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? She threw the pipe at you, didn't she? Mr. Jaredeb. No, don't shoot. I'm sorry. I beg pardon. Did your wife remark just now to bring something to mind? Nothing of significance, no. Just a barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. It was somewhat more solid than she implied. Books, bricks, fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She directed hit with that. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now, we're in the court of law.
Oh, dearie me, I'm very sorry, dear.
What is she even doing with that teapot in here?
She's fucking with him. That's what she's doing.
Yep.
Honestly, John, I would never throw such a thing at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir. I had the thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of with one of her soft projectiles. She did, yes. And then I went to pick the thing up. It was broken in two. Just to see a sponge to do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken? It was never it never had been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. Ooh, oh! 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 Holy shit.
Did you just fucking select something without even fucking realizing it was on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think I pressed the right one.
Boy, because fucking did you click through these things like it's fucking Pokemon?
I don't really know. Did I don't know. I saw the word important. Did I click it was important?
I hope so.
The defense believes this oh my god. Mr. Jared Bed's remark just now of the great significance. Oh boy. Hey, Nat. Oh, brother.
Hi, Nat. This one picked
So-
an option without realizing that she picked an option.
This is so embarrassing.
You're telling me.
You're telling me.
Went in there and just picked an option without
I
even
picked
looking
an
at it.
option without reading it.
Yeah. You picked an option without even looking at it.
Oh my god. This is so embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
Betray the fire wife and pipes as well. What the fuck are you saying right now? My dad was watching a movie in the home theater, and one of my childhood. So I sat and watched it with him, and turned into a family event. Oh, that sounds fun.
That sounds nice. Nerd.
Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, are hardly worth adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense one might say. One might.
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I think I picked the right option.
Hopefully. You just fucking picked one. Didn't even fucking look
I didn't
at it
even
'cause you
look.
went so fast.
I thought it was one of those moments where I had to click A to, like, continue the dialogue, but it wasn't. I wasn't thinking. I'm tired. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe into evidence. See, it happened again. You didn't speak out of turn, don't worry. Tiff pulled a Ryunosuke. I did.
There's a chip in it.
Oh, there is a chip in it. There's a small nick of the bowl here. Look, it appears to be made relatively recent. Bluffed her ass to an answer. I mean, half of these things I joke and it ends up being true. Legit, I had the theory that the bitch was bending down to pick up a book and the blade lodged into her back, and I ended up being right. If you watch back in the VOD, you can see I brought that up, and it's clearly what happened.
And see, there are little scrapes and dents all over it. Clearly a well-oiled pipe.
Yeah, you're right.
Seems...
It seems to me that well love goes hand in hand with some battle scars. Oh no, I was lurking during the movie. Oh, okay. So you see, I pull shit out my ass, and it ends up being right. Oh, what the fuck is that? Don't tell me that's the tip of the knife.
That is the tip of the knife.
Bro. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake.
What's this? A tiny fragment of metal? Looks like the tip of a blade or something.
Tip of a blade. Surely it couldn't be. More accurate than Herlock Sholmes. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, remember yesterday, Nat, I pointed to that bitch and I said she did it? She's the one who did it? Looks like we're going down the bunny trail once again. Hoppity hop hop hop.
Hippity hoppity down the trippity troppity.
Hippity hop, hippity hoppity.
It happened again, Nat! What, this is 3 times in a row? This is 3 times this has happened! 3 times! And look looks to be in sorry state with a bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason, this feels slightly ominous to me. Luck is trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Jaredeb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentiment value to Mr. Jaredeb. Given he's gone to the trouble of repairing this, either that or he can't afford to replace it. Okay. This is the shrapnel piece. This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber in Mr. Jaredeb's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. It's the tip of a blade.
Oh, wow! Almost as if. Oh,
Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
oh,
I don't really know. It's just something is nagging me. We say nagging. Nagging. This is not a fucking South Park moment, okay? This is not going to be a South Park moment. No, we say nagging. Bad Ryunosuke. But I can't quite put my finger on it, what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. I mean, it's obvious it's this. It's part of this. Do I have to put it together? Will it be put together? Oh damn, we pulled up PewDiePie? Maybe. Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. Small piece of blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. Remember this? That's a tiny piece of metal we found inside Mr. Jaredeb's pipe. Yes, just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow I just knew it. I always knew it, because I'm a genius. I'm a motherfucking genius, bitch.
I'm a genius.
I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I was feeling rather disappointed for you and that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sasato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We examined it. Well then, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Jaredeb. Now we can return to the crust of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife that was used to attack the victim? Plenty of knives around in our place. I can't say I noticed one or two went missing. Oh, I got scared for a minute because I pressed the button and I thought something was going to happen. But luckily it was the right button. But bully thing, the Vector's bag was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. I think I have the thing to prove it to you, sir. I believe I do. This was found in your pipe, sir.
Objection!
Mr. Jaredeb, could I ask you to take a look at this piece, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing. You can't. I used... Call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm enjoying a large print book in the fire these days, I struggle to tell the B from a D and a P from a Q. To be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing to being asked whether the letters in another word.
Oh, whatever. You must be you must be very duzzy. Shut up, Ryunosuke, you fucking ass, you fucking... Oh my
He's
god.
a little shit like Phoenix.
I know, I hate it. I love it, but I hate it. I love it. That's his ancestor. Of course he's a little shit like Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
What's this? A tiny scrap metal? Yes. Almost certain from the tip of a blade. And what may appear first is just a tiny scrap. It's in fact crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did this defense come with by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber in Mr. Jaredeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got there. And what precisely does this fragment of menace signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that in some ways related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Yes, bitch.
God damn it. I am. What? When we put together a piece with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe the tiny fragment of metal could unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Oh my god, look at his ass! He has a burnt ass! Literally you can see his underwear. Very well then, present the printed evidence to the court. What evidence would, when paired with allegedly reveals I can't talk. That would be the knife, sir.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you would see that there's a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. Common issue of inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in the victim's bones. What of this particular knife? I doubt the tip has suffered a similar fate. Now languished somewhere in the spine of the victim.
Objection.
No, that's not the case. The tip of this
Maybe
particular
if you
knife
didn't have
blade...
the IQ of a fucking negative 34, you would figure it out, you dumb bitch.
Damn. She said it. Is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber in Mr. Jaredeb's pipe. Not him, like, fucking being all dramatic. Good grief. Lord Van Zeeks.
The tip that we found was
Look at
conveniently
this
the
pretty
same tip
motherfucker.
of the fucking knife.
Oh my god.
What are you clutching your heart for? You ain't got a fucking beating heart, you bitch. You're a vampire.
Jinx.
Fucking ain't got no fucking heartbeat to go off of. Get the fuck
Shot
out
through
of
the
here.
heart, but you're too late, darling. You give love a bad name.
Again, I want him to be baby girl-fied. I want him to be bottomed.
Don't worry, I got it. I got you. Hold on. Yeah. I got it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment. Ew, look at him.
Exactly. Like I said,
looks
he
like-
needs to be baby girl bottom.
He looks like a J-pop idol fucking posing.
Yeah, he does. That's why he needs to be bottom. He needs to be bitchified, baby girlified, bottomed.
Pose for the fans.
Pose for the fans.
Pose for the fans.
Pose for the fans.
Pose for the fans. Pose for the fans.
Like I said, he needs to be baby girlified.
Oh god. Good golly gosh! Is it one of
Oh
those
my God,
cases
Sam,
where
losing
like
hair.
fucking the next game Mianowski just gets thick and just tops Von Zeeks? Just
Yep.
like how Phoenix did with Edgeworth? It's just going to be the exact same thing that would happen, bro.
I wouldn't be surprised if like Ryunosuke comes back and he's like more confident and sassy.
Bro, that just what happened to Phoenix in the second game, and look at my, it got me mad.
Yeah.
You got me on
you.
my bullshit like Phoenix. God, why you gotta be so
Phoenix. I
fucking
can't
Phoenix?
you.
Stop, bro. My God, you're so rude. Is this gonna happen again? I'm
I
dead.
feel like it's going to happen again.
I'm gonna die. Order.
You're gonna
What,
die.
is this some Eastern sorcery? Are you stupid? This is no magic, my lord. Thank you for.
God, it's so dramatic for fucking no
Right?
reason.
Look at his-
You just get on
Look
your
at
knees,
his.
baby.
Look at his fruity ass. This
Yeah, his pretty ass need to get on his knees. Need to baby girlify him.
is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he? Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Shut up,
Yes,
Santa.
my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves is here. When did the fragment of metal find its way inside of Jerbet's pipe? Something was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. I had the thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of it with her soft projectiles, yes. She did, yes. It never seemed to... it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument, the two occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below. Mrs. Jerebet flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Jerebet, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the pipe to break off. Of course, the tip to break off. Good lord! Yes. And that was that when that tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Jerebet's pipe. The chances are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there is no other credible explanation of how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then after losing the tip, the knife ricocheted off the plate and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Jerebet's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh! Oh, she has to stand on a box. Look at him, his ass is burnt and she has to stand on a box. She's tiny, oh my god.
You're objecting for this time, you fuck nut.
I think he has an alcohol problem. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points possibly arranged to create the almost passable vintage.
Get to your point, bitch baby.
Allow me to toast to my learned friend's characteristically Nepalese approach to bottling his argument. What? But after all, this is just a theory. A bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... Don't put
your leg down.
Stop putting your leg!
Your leg down.
Stop putting your leg on the...
ground.
My god, you fruity son of a bitch!
Put that gay ass leg on the fucking floor.
It's spoiled by indiscernible inconsistencies.
He just wants to show his thighs off to reenact.
No, honestly. Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. What
See?
inconsistency?
This is indecency and inconsistency you have identified.
Wait, Nat, you like Van Zieks? You like how fruity he is? You like the post for the fans? Dun, 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 post for the fans? His leg is still there.
We just
An inconsistency is simple nature, my lord.
The
victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Oh my fucking god. Yes, in her...
That's right. Silly man, did you just slap your husband in the middle of the court?
Yep. Yeah, we don't get enough over the top flamboyant prosecutors.
That is
Let me
true.
Hold on.
We only got Edgeworth, and now we have Van Zeeks.
There we go.
Now, Jono thing. Why? What are you getting excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking around the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife had fallen from above, there's no other possible way planted inside.
Yes, it can. She was bending over to pick up the book, you fucking prick.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Need I say it again? She picked up the book and blam. That's how. Bitch.
Mianosuke, get up. Look at his ass. It's
Get up,
burnt.
Rienosuke. Yeah, I see his ass.
Order, order.
Quite right, you see. Exactly right. If the knife had fallen from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Can you stop slapping your husband? Well,
No, it's not.
It's not a blender, no. Blunder. No, shut up. The theory leaves even one inconsistency it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. What the fuck is up with you dramatic ass?
He wants his attention.
Mianosuke, get up. We're so close. I could see the truth. Get up. It's so obvious. Come on now.
Yeah, it's so obvious.
I'm sure we were on the right track. But now it's been completely blocked by just one...
Is he gonna have gay thoughts that save his ass? I swear to God.
I mean, let him have the gay thoughts! Or in other words...
We simply need to eliminate the one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Mrs. Sato.
You mustn't worry.
Yeah, I will say, Sasato is a good right-hand man and like a good assistant. She's not annoying. She's not. She actually helps. She actually
she's not Trucy.
Yeah, exactly. She is not like Trucy, who's always bringing us down. I was afraid she was going to be like her, but she's actually fucking useful. I think she's on the same part as Athena, where she actually legit helps and sticks up for you and say, "Hey, bro, you're fucking wrong. Shut up." So Sasato's up there with the helpers. I'll put her on the same rank as Athena.
What?
We were just caught off guard, that's all. Your mind went blank. But if the path is your word indeed is correct, there's one way to present itself.
True, but Athena is still better. You know what? That's fair.
The key is to the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nepalese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tactic acceptance of your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection.
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the spectrum from above, there's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
Oh?
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! What are you implying, counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife fell above and pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
madness.
Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence in which you speak. This is last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. If I can surely make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. Always safe. Always safe. Always safe. But this is it, boys. This is it. I raise you another inconsistency. Why was this book in her hand? This, the fourth book of the crime scene, was the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book? That's not Mr. Is that not Mr. Jerry Deb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in the question. The victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it was the police constable who put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his whole transplanting of the crime scene on the opposite side of the road. That's true, however, as part of it— oh my god, he's not shuffling through his papers anymore, he's more confident in his papers! Let's go, Ryunosuke boy! As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extreme enlightening statement to that point. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, victim was already holding the book. So I went to move everything, make sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition, and clearly must have seen it before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I would imagine she wouldn't be doing much of anything. So the question comes, why did the victim have the book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me!
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Jerry Depp's household into the pavement below. Precisely at that moment, the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in a light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Jaredeb. And what do you think the woman did? What do you think you would have if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked it up.
Aw, she's actually pretty. She's a little cutie. I don't know. It's just about chubby characters that seem cute.
Except in one person's case.
Yeah, you know. It is what it is. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And then, and when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been? That's right, facing the sky, up, completely, utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object that fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight in the middle of her back. Let's go. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume. And I never. It appeared that Mr. Natsume, that woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. There he goes posing again like a fruit. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, there was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that accumulated into an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Jaredeb?
The very first time I showed you that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, the old bean. Poor Mrs. Jaredeb.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but... it was my fault, wasn't it?
Three time!
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw that knife as well. John, dear.
It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
Okay, alright now. Alright. Okay, sir. Okay then, alright.
Sir, he is a
Alright.
stick.
Alright,
He
yeah,
is a
that
old
yeah,
fuck.
that is an old he is an old stick, yes. See, that is a beanpole. Lord Van Zeeks, what a news of Miss Deb. She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her especially flustered state. However, she believes she will recover in due course. There was no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what they could, and have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word that the hospital that the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctors believe she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We're talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yeah, that's good news. So, Mr. Saseki Natsume? Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from a distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture. And we've been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. Yeah, apologize. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. No, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped in the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I
was sure the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose she mustn't look completely lifeless.
It's been almost a year since I arrived in Great Britain now. I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking around the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki-san. His imagination has really gone the better of him.
Yes, poor man. So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I never should have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between two great empires. And for that, I'm truly sorry.
You gotta love how the husband replaced the wife on the jury.
Yep.
We could indeed say some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One created a chain of misfortunate mishaps. We were fooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Dix and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken, and the spirit has exonerized. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Thank you for doing nothing! Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. Concluding this trial, I must ask one more time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to proceed your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure we have reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth is extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't expect the women next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I can finally be able to get out of here and start to work? Well, about time. I see. I have a corker of a story to tell my grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's go. Thank you for this does not excuse the racism's part, but thank you for a just trial.
Yep.
Very well. Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you... I can't read the text, but I'm gonna say it's not guilty. Now we deserve these fireworks. That seems dangerous to have in a courtroom, but whatever. And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes, Lord, sir?
You are a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. May you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course. All my life.
What the fucking eyes?
I swear he will never set court in a courtroom again. And tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Oh, we did it. Oh, we did it.
We did it. We did it. Yeah, 1, 2,
We did it. Da, 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 da.
Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there any other locum here? Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has a rather short, has it?
What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last, I'm free! Free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. And, okay, bro, relax.
Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then? Lurkum, you did it! Save me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman who has no way of... no way your fault after all? I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that! Okay? Yes? I mean, I said it before. I just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me and laughing. Look at the little hunchback.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind my perennial bench before my blabbering British. You battled the bitter end, lying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams on the Bailey roof, I bellowed. Sure. That's very flattering. And we're very pleased for you. This is giving me a wonderful to count to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Why can I say anecdote? I'm an idiot. Is that all? What's become of all my hard work? An anecdote? Disrespect. There you are, my dear fellows. I'll apologize for keep you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you!
Why the fuck are you here?
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I am glad to say.
Oh.
Trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. I wish you the very best of luck.
Bitch.
It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain.
Yeah, dumbass.
It's you. Sherlock Sholmes. Huh? Have we met before, sir?
This isn't Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. I previously encountered taken a place in the gloom. Either your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. Do it. I apologize, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned the poor lady and ran off, are you not? Had been she taken to hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps you've been regained consciousness by now. Oh, not you gaslighting him! But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We're all human, after all. Anyone could have been shaken up by such an experience. I do feel very bad on how I behaved. Well, never mind then. What did you want to say to me, sir? Nothing. Damn, bro. Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite a priceless. Poor Saseki-san.
Why is Sherlock Sholmes a twink?
I don't know. He's the beanpole. Still, on the bright side, you have had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
After all this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even when you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears again and trying to make trouble, I will protect you.
Hey, no!
With a perfectly executed Sasano tech down.
As much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might next time, Miss Sasato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored and with tutelage of professors. I learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city is shaped. What I've come to realize is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or perhaps the last veiled terms. You wish to withdraw yourself halfway through around the world to escape the terrors of the Reaper's Curse. That's not it at all! I'm more learned in literature. The more strange my feeling claws my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots. Attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. Literary work by Saseki-san. Oh yeah! I remember a chatter said he was based on a real Japanese author. What about you, Miss Sasato, and you yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel like we finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right. We need to find lodging before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before the entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But what lacks windows? More mixed up in floor, ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind that accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes. It'll try to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an undefeatable wake-up call. Well, think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me now?
Really?
Well, the vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter and price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to take lodgings with the great detective's office's
Attic! You better tie Susie to the bed. Oh, fuck, you're right. She simps hard for this guy.
I'm too overcome for words.
So suggest we look elsewhere out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes.
Wonderful. And we'll go complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. We shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Luca, I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege to meet you too. It's a shame we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize I belong in Japan. But Luca, we will meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well then, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Okay, I'll be right back. I really have to use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is nice. This is a storage unit. This is... Huh. Okay. So this... is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Okay, sir. Oh. Okay. 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 It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
Oh, everyone's hungry. It's nearly dinner time. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives, and we have a lot to celebrate.
Iris, you must let me help you.
All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad.
Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? Very exciting, actually. Can't help but wonder what adventures awaits. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth of this city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder and opportunity, prosperity and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're aware the murkiness lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Right, Lion Colossus is the prequel, defending as if the task was minimal. I hate that it rhymed. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what significance those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift my facade to see the true depths of murk that lay behind it. Fuck you, Nat. Oh, and I got an achievement. We did it. Episode 4 is done. And I guess on Monday we'll do the next case. I wonder how many cases there is. Adventures
17.
of the. Actually, I wouldn't mind it because I'm actually enjoying. I'm actually legit enjoying this game. It just reminds me of the trilogy again.
Yeah, because they fucking hate my boy Apollo and they only like Phoenix, so of course they would treat his ancestor with dignity.
The writing is really nice. Yeah. It is.
Putting disrespect on my boy's name.
Everyone is consistent. Yeah.
Disrespect.
We'll talk about it more in the VC after the stream.
Okay.
But I want to thank everyone for chilling out and hanging out with me. Thank you, BB, for being here.
Why? Why are you joking? What the fuck?
I accidentally licked my
What are
pop
you joking
filter.
for?
I accidentally licked my pop filter.
Fucking choking as if like you fucking smooching me was a bad thing. The audacity.
I accidentally licked the pop filter, you dumb bitch.
I heard you the first time. I just wanted to mess with you.
Fuck you.
Bitch.
Oh. If you want to follow us on social media, it is linked down in the description below if you're watching back on YouTube, or in the About page if you're watching back on Twitch. I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 1 p.m. Pacific time, so I will be back on Monday where we will do the next case.
Yeah.
If you like what you see and want to see more, consider becoming a patron today. There you get exclusive content and early access to whatever I'm doing. But if you can't do that, then I do have commissions open. It is posted on my socials, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, and DeviantArt. But if you can't do that, then spread a word around that we're live. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, and don't forget to like and follow and subscribe on Twitch. That's what I meant to say. I'm an idiot. And in the words of my favorite cartoon character, mwah, good night, everybody. We'll see you next time. Say kablam time. Say kablam channel. Say goodnight, babe. Say goodnight, Jessica. Good night, everybody.
I said, good night.
And have a great weekend.